Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Rakia. It was long past the tavern's hours by the time I reached it, my limbs trembling with hunger and exhaustion. The pain in my stomach had long since overridden any hesitation I once had about stealing. Whatever morality I had clung to, whatever pride had kept me upright through the past few days, it had all crumbled under the weight of that gnawing emptiness in my belly. I pushed the tavern door open, surprised it hadn't been locked, and stepped inside. The air was thick with the lingering ghosts of warmth and food. Though the fires were cold now, I could still smell the echoes of life from earlier in the evening, the yeasty comfort of baked bread, the smoky, savoury scent of roasting meat, and a hint of ale soaked into the old floorboards. My stomach growled, a sharp, twisting reminder of why I was here. Scanning the dim interior, I spotted a small wooden pail near the end of the counter. Leftovers, probably destined for the swill bucket come morning. I staggered toward it like a drunkard chasing his last drink. Inside, there were a few hardened pieces of bread, clearly stale, and tucked beside them, a box holding cured meat. Thin, salty, precious strips, preserved and pungent. My hands moved before I could think. I shoved the meat and bread into my mouth, chewing through the dry crusts like a starving animal. The bread scraped my throat raw, but I didn't care. I devoured it, bite after bite, every last crumb. Half the meat vanished into my mouth before I could even register what I was doing. Only when my stomach began to ache from the sudden weight did I stop. For once, in many days, I felt full. Sated even. It was almost enough to make me cry. I slid down against the side of the counter, my back pressed to the cool wood, heart finally slowing as the food settled in me like stones. The silence of the tavern was a strange kind of peace. I closed my eyes, not to sleep but just to rest, just for a moment, just to remember what it felt like not to be running. A loud clang shattered the stillness. My eyes flew open. Peeking over the edge of the counter, I spotted a figure approaching from the back hallway, holding a kerosene lamp. The flame was low, flickering softly, just enough to catch the faint gleam of something on my wrist, my bracelet. Damn it! I instinctively yanked my hand to my chest and froze. "Who's there?" the man shouted, his voice booming in the silence. "I know someone's here. Show yourself." I bolted. Still crouching, I launched myself around the counter, nearly crashing into him in my haste. The lamp swung wildly, casting long, frantic shadows against the walls. "Get her!" he roared behind me, his boots thundering against the floorboards as he gave chase. "Stop! If you don't stop, I'll have to kill you!" His threat jolted something deep in me, adrenaline surging anew. I darted out the front door into the dark alley, breath heaving, the cool air burning my lungs. Ahead, a wall blocked my path. To the left was a passage leading into the town square, too exposed. To the right, more alleyway, but it looked like a dead end. Still, I needed to throw him off. I could hear the ragged panting of his breath, the creak of his lamp, his boots slamming on the stone. I turned right. The alley narrowed around me, pressing in like the throat of some enormous beast. I forced my legs to move faster. Behind me, the lamplight danced closer. I could hear him snarling something under his breath. Something slammed against the wall near my head. A rock. The bastard was throwing rocks at me. Another flew by, catching my cheek and slicing a line of fire across it. I cried out, but didn't stop. Ahead, barely visible, was a gate. "Please," I begged silently. "Let it open. Let it be enough." I rammed into it with my shoulder, the hinges groaning. The gate gave just enough. I slipped through, scraping my side against the wood. I could hear the innkeeper behind me, yelling curses, but I didn't look back. Beyond the gate was a rough path, barely more than flattened weeds leading into the woods. I ran along it until the light from the tavern was gone, until the night swallowed his voice, and I was alone again. I kept walking. The farther I went, the stranger the forest became. The trees loomed like sentries, twisted into unnatural shapes, their branches reaching down like skeletal hands. Each step felt heavier, the quiet pressing in thickly. The rocks beneath my feet groaned, or maybe that was just my mind playing tricks. The moonlight, once my guide, was gone, buried beneath thick layers of leaves. I had no idea how long I wandered. My legs trembled, my feet throbbed, the cut on my face pulsed, and my mind began to unravel. I saw eyes in the shadows. Shapes moved just beyond my vision. My breathing came in ragged gasps. "I am Rakia," I whispered over and over. "I am strong. Even if I am lost, I will find my way. I will get out." It became a rhythm, a pulse, my heartbeat in words. I didn't notice the light at first, just a subtle change in the air. A soft glow filtered through the trees ahead, falling on a lone trunk. As I approached, I saw jagged slashes etched deep into the bark, raw and violent. I reached out, touching one with my fingertip. The bark was rough and dry, but the cut felt recent. A chill ran down my spine. Something had happened here. Something dark. And as long as my hand rested on the tree, I could feel it watching me. I pulled my hand away, and the sensation faded. My curiosity gnawed at me. What had done this? Why here? Was it warning me, or was I already too deep in its grip? My head throbbed. My feet were stinging from running barefoot through broken ground. I must have stepped on something in my escape. Then I heard it. Water. A stream. I stumbled toward the sound, nearly weeping with relief. The silver glint of moonlight shimmered on the water's surface. I dropped to my knees and drank greedily, the coolness soothing my parched throat and settling my churning stomach. I washed my hands, then stripped off my outer layer and scrubbed it as best I could in the stream. I spread the clothes out on the grass to dry and sank back against a tree. I was exhausted, truly exhausted. My bones ached, my eyes were heavy, and I couldn't walk another step if I tried. I had found no cave, no shelter, just a quiet patch of forest with cold water and strange silence. But it was enough, for now. I lay down on the earth, staring up at the stars barely visible through the canopy, and as the quiet crept in around me, the world slowly faded to black.
Chapter 2. Kwazul. The slightest hint of sunrise was beginning to peek through the high-arched windows of the great hall, casting narrow rays of light that spilled over the cold stone floor and reached for the worn velvet furnishings scattered across the space. None of it touched the wall behind my throne, and I remained nestled in shadow, observing it all with a passive, simmering boredom. The morning sun would soon make its full rise, but for now it only served as a reminder that this agonizing meeting had stretched on far longer than it had any right to. Before me stood one of my lesser underlings, a gaunt, stoop-shouldered creature with a voice like gravel and a disposition that made Moss look dynamic. He held a thick pamphlet in both trembling hands, the papers worn and wrinkled at the edges from his persistent rifling. He had been droning on for 3 hours. 3 entire hours. His words flowed without rhythm or point, full of metrics, concerns, resource shortages, trading agreements, territory disputes, and things that couldn't matter less to me at this moment. I had half a mind to order him beheaded, just so I wouldn't have to hear the nasal pitch of his voice again. I fought the overwhelming urge to yawn and stretch my wings, instead opting to occupy myself by adjusting the folds in my silk shirt. Something about idle grooming kept the fury at bay. Barely. He had 5 minutes left to say something worth my time, or I would walk out of this cursed room and return to my chambers without another word. I would sleep the day away, stomach empty but pride intact. My patience was not eternal. I could see the rest of the coven in similar states of exhaustion. Several yawns, some heads nodding, a few slipping sideways in their chairs. Pitiful. Suddenly, something changed. At first, it was subtle, a hush in the air. I heard the faintest stir of wind picking up and swirling through the corners of the great room. My eyes narrowed. I turned slightly to glance toward the windows, scanning for any sign of one being cracked open. If one of the idiots had dared unseal a window before I was dismissed from this hall, I would have to ensure they were flayed for their carelessness. The smaller creatures of the forest enjoyed sneaking in through open cracks. Things with glass eyes and scurrying feet, nuisances that tended to gather around me in irritating numbers. But no, all windows remained shut. The air held no chill from outside. There had been no breach. I frowned, disappointed that no one was foolish enough to scold this morning. What a shame. I would have enjoyed the distraction. And then it hit me. The smell. It wasn't just any smell. No, this was divine. It rolled into the hall like smoke from a holy fire, thick and sweet and unmistakably alive. The scent was rich, like the deepest, oldest red wine pulled from a forgotten cellar, matured and undisturbed for centuries. It lingered on the edges of the room at first, then made its way to me, curling around my senses and flooding them with a hunger so raw and primal that it stunned me. I inhaled slowly, savoring it. The scent was intoxicating. Powerful. One inhale, and I was nearly drunk from it, the world slipping into softness around the edges. My stomach gave a hollow, desperate growl. I could taste the blood on the air, could feel how potent it would be on my tongue. Whoever this was, whoever bled that sweet perfume into the world, would be a feast beyond measure. My body responded before I could think. I stood, my wings twitching under my cloak. With a single wave of my hand, I cut the underling's speech short. There's no more to be discussed. Good day. My voice cut like a blade across the chamber, and the reaction was immediate. The underling stuttered, his words crumbling in his throat as the rest of the coven pushed back chairs, murmuring half-hearted farewells as they retreated toward their chambers, eager for rest. The meeting was dismissed, but still that fool stood rooted to the spot, gesturing wildly with his pamphlet, as though he might still salvage his moment of attention. I ignored him. I fastened my cloak, shielding myself from the creeping rays of the sun, and moved quickly, following the trail. The scent tugged at me like a string wrapped around my ribs. It was fresh. Recent. Whoever it belonged to had passed through not long ago. Through the forest I went, swift and silent, weaving between tree trunks as the aroma grew stronger, thicker. My eyes scanned every broken branch, every disturbed leaf. The path was erratic, twists and sharp turns like the quarry was either disoriented or frightened. Good. Fear sweetens the taste. Eventually the trail led me to the river. The water was calm, but the scent clung to the air. Whoever it was had stopped here, and for some time. Were they wounded? Resting? Drinking? That would explain the potency of the scent. I stood at the riverbank, my breath coming shallow with anticipation, every part of me tensed for a glimpse of movement. But no figure emerged. With a low growl, I pressed on, now consumed with the idea of discovery. The trail led toward the wild-spawned tunnels, a twisting, ancient network of caverns beneath the forest floor, full of damp air and secrets. And then it was gone. The scent vanished as though it had never been there. One step and I could taste it on the wind. Another, and it disappeared like mist at dawn. My hunger roared with denial. I spun in fury, grabbing a large stone and hurling it into a tree. The trunk cracked under the impact, the splinters flying wide, the sound echoing through the woods like a battle cry. "God damn it!" I roared into the silence. "I never even got dinner, wretched creature!" Defeated. For now, I returned to the estate, seething. Upon my return, I summoned my most skilled scouts, describing in vivid detail the scent I had followed. My voice was low and sharp, each word laced with the desperation of a craving unsated. "Find them!" I commanded. "Bring them to me!" Do not fail. As they scattered into the shadows, I returned to my throne. The stone was no longer cool and comforting. It was hard, unyielding, a mockery of my power. My stomach twisted in agony, not just from hunger, but from shame. I had failed to catch a scent that should have been mine. I, ruler of this coven, master of the hunt, had returned empty-handed like some fledgling barely grown into their fangs. What have I become? I leaned forward, head resting heavily on my hand, the hunger gnawing at me like acid. Sleep would not come, not while I waited, not while that scent lingered in memory, taunting me with what I almost had. "I must find it," I whispered, fangs aching behind closed lips.
Chapter 3. Rakia. A sound startled me awake, a soft rustle, like whispers threading through the trees around me. My heart kicked up, and I held my breath, straining to listen. Maybe it was just the birds stirring with the first light. But there was something unnatural about it. The air felt heavy, thicker than before. My eyes darted open, searching the woods through the fog of half-sleep. Shapes blurred into shadow. My vision caught on nothing. But the whispering didn't stop. Was someone speaking to me? Or were the winds simply playing tricks, slipping through the leaves and making mischief in my tired mind? The fog crawling along the forest floor didn't help. Nothing felt real anymore. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake the sleep. Snap. A twig cracked in the distance, close. I shot upright, a cold rush of fear lancing through me like ice water in my veins. "Damn!" I breathed. "I need to get out of here." I scrambled to my feet. The patch of forest I had taken refuge in the night before now felt more like a trap. The mist slithered its way inside, filling every crevice like fingers reaching for me. My lungs tightened. I turned to the entrance, but before I could even move, a flicker of motion stopped me dead. Something was coming. No, someone. Figures emerged from the mist, 3 of them. As they approached, my blood ran cold. Vraken. I had only ever heard stories. Creatures that haunted nightmares, never expected to be real. But here they were, tall, graceful, otherworldly. Their presence twisted the air, and instinctively, I knew they weren't here to talk. The 2 women came into view first. One was tall, raven-haired, with skin so pale it shimmered like moonlight. She moved like smoke, dangerous and elegant. The other was shorter, dark-skinned, her eyes gleaming like embers in the fog. Both were terrifying in their stillness. Trailing behind them was a tall man, long-limbed and cloaked in shadow, his face expressionless, but his movements deliberate. There was something ancient about him, something wrong. My mind screamed at me to move. I scanned the area again, looking for a way out, any crevice or path I could slip through. Maybe if I could fake them out, sprint past. But I hesitated too long. They were on me. Each one reached out. Cool fingers slid along my arms and shoulders, I flinched as they circled, boxing me in like predators toying with prey. Their eyes devoured me, mouths curling in barely restrained hunger. One of them hissed, voice like silk through broken glass. "Delicious," she purred. "A full meal." The words slid down my spine like ice. The tall woman cupped my face gently, mockingly. "You'll fill him completely," she whispered. Her pupils were slits, her breath cold against my cheek. I shuddered under her touch. "No," I croaked. "No, please, let me go." That was when the man moved. With inhuman grace, he approached me, his eyes hollow yet full of purpose. I jerked away, trying to dart past him, ducking beneath his outstretched arm. "God, no!" I didn't even finish my scream before he grabbed me by the waist and threw me over his shoulder like I weighed nothing. My breath was knocked out of me with a sharp gasp. "Let me down! Let me down!" I screamed, pounding my fists against his back. He didn't flinch. The next moment, the ground fell away. With a terrible gust of wind and a thunderclap of wings, we were airborne. Massive, leathery wings beat the air as he carried me through the sky, each rise and fall of altitude, leaving my stomach churning. It was as though I wasn't even there, like I was baggage, an offering, something meant to be delivered, not cared for. Tears streamed down my face, the wind stinging my skin. I watched the world beneath blur, from green fields to rolling hills, and then to craggy mountains rising like stone knives from the earth. It was too fast, too surreal. My voice was hoarse by the time I could scream again. "This is how I die," I whispered, my voice barely audible. Suddenly he dove. The wind shrieked in my ears as we plummeted toward jagged rocks below. I braced for the end, but instead of crashing, he landed with shocking control, setting me down roughly onto hard stone. I sprawled on the ground, breathless and stunned, my limbs refusing to obey me. For a single fleeting second, everything was still. Without warning, I was dragged forward again, through a twisting series of tunnels. The walls were jagged, glinting like teeth. Shadows flickered along the stone. I stumbled, shoved from behind, my shoulder scraping a sharp outcrop. It felt endless. Around and around, the tunnels wound like some monstrous throat, until finally I was pushed into a massive cavern. And I froze. The room was enormous, a throne room carved into the earth itself. The walls arched high above. A sound echoed, a throat clearing. My head whipped up. At the far end of the room sat a throne, and on it, a man. He looked human at first glance, but nothing about him truly was. He was beautiful in the way fire is beautiful, dark-haired, deadly, his eyes gleaming with something ancient and hungry. Power radiated from him like heat, and he was staring at me. A small broken sound escaped my throat as one of the Vrakan women forced me to my knees. My legs collapsed beneath me, trembling under the weight of fear. "She's perfect," the dark-haired woman said, pride curling in her voice. The man on the throne tilted his head, eyes never leaving mine. "Good job," he said, his voice deep, smooth, and horribly amused. "You've brought me the finest wine." I flinched. "She'll feed me well." He laughed, a rich, echoing sound that bounced off the bone-lined walls like a cruel song. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but there was nowhere left to go. I was here, and I was his.
Chapter 4. Quazzle. I stood, intending to assert my authority with grace, but the moment I caught another whiff of her scent, my knees faltered beneath me. I nearly stumbled backward into my throne. That scent, gods, that damned scent, struck me like a blow to the chest. My stomach snarled in protest, a beast inside me furious for what it had been denied. The fragrance didn't just enter my nose, it ignited something in me. It burned down my throat like wildfire, flooding my chest and pooling low in my belly. My hands curled into fists at my sides, knuckles aching, just to keep from reaching out and claiming her. She stood in the chamber, still and unwavering. Surrounded by cautious guards, she met my gaze with a composure that unsettled me more than any cry or plea might have. Her head was high. Her eyes, dark, steady, infuriatingly calm, narrowed as they tracked my every move. She didn't tremble. She didn't shrink. Her breathing remained even, collected. It was as if none of this, me, frightened her. Intriguing. Maddening. I began to circle her slowly, my boots clicking against the marble floor with each calculated step. I watched her from every angle, taking in the tension in her shoulders, the curve of her jaw, the way the firelight from the torches kissed the edges of her silhouette. The air around her shimmered with an intensity that wasn't entirely natural. Or maybe it was simply her scent playing tricks on my senses, clouding reason, heightening everything else. She wasn't just in the room. She had taken root in it, embedded herself into my psyche, threading through my thoughts like smoke winding into every crevice. "Where are you from?" I hissed, my voice low, sharp like broken glass. She flinched, barely, but I saw it. Good. I needed to see some sign that she understood the gravity of where she was, of who I was. But as soon as her lips parted to speak, I cut her off again, the words erupting from me like a storm breaking free. "What's your name? What the hell are you? Why do you smell like that?" The questions came faster than I intended. My control was slipping. I hated how hungry I sounded, how desperate. She tilted her head, just slightly, studying me with an expression I couldn't read. There was no fear there, only observation, measured calculation. Like she was deciding whether I was worthy of a response. "I am HEA," she said, her voice crisp, unmoved. "I am human. I have no one place I call home." She lifted her chin as she spoke, steady and unshaken. And then, boldly, "And who are you? Why the hell am I here?" The vulgarity landed in the air like a lightning strike, crackling and loud. An underling at my side stepped forward, incensed. "Language," he spat, venom dripping from his tongue. But HEA only rolled her eyes, slow and exaggerated. The defiance in that single gesture was so human, I nearly laughed. I didn't. I couldn't. My irritation flared, not at her, but at the underling. His voice had disrupted something delicate. I didn't need him or his indignation. I needed answers. I needed her. HEA turned back to me, her glare sharp enough to draw blood. "Well, are you going to answer me? Or are you just going to keep circling like some starving beast?" Her confidence was growing. Every word she spoke made her stand a little taller, a little prouder. It was infuriating. She should have been begging, trembling, kneeling. She had no idea what I was capable of, what I wanted to do. I could tear through her in seconds. I could drink her until her body went cold and her spirit flickered out. But she didn't look away. "Fascinating," I muttered under my breath. The word slipped out before I even realized it. She scoffed. "Oh, great. He talks to himself and ignores me. Bastard." The corner of my mouth twitched. Not quite a smirk, not quite a snarl. This woman, this infuriating, fearless creature, was going to be the death of me. "Bathe her," I said finally, turning to the maids waiting quietly along the edges of the room. "Dress her in whatever finery you can find to fit her. I want her seated in the grand hall at dinner." HEA's eyes flared wide, outrage written across every inch of her face. "What the? No, I'm not eating with you!" She stepped forward in protest, only to be intercepted by the maids. They moved quickly, practiced, ignoring her flailing arms and shouted curses. Her boots scraped against the floor as they dragged her out. "Let me go! I'm not your prisoner! I'm not your pet!" Her voice echoed down the corridor long after she vanished from sight. The final slam of the chamber doors was like a curtain falling at the end of an act. I exhaled, slow and unsteady. My fingers pressed against my temples. The scent still lingered. The tension still coiled in my gut, like a snake refusing to strike. "What are you, my little flame?" I whispered into the empty space she'd occupied. "And why do you burn so bright in my mind?" There was no denying it now. She had ignited something within me. More than hunger, more than intrigue, a pull. A spark of something long buried, something dangerous. She had insulted me, challenged me, refused to yield. And yet, I didn't want her punished. I wanted her closer. She brought with her the chaos of the unknown. Heat, fury, life. And I, who had walked in the shadows for centuries, felt drawn to that flame like a moth with wings already singed. This wasn't about blood anymore. I remained alone in the great hall, the silence pressing in on me. Her scent still hung like an unfinished melody. I closed my eyes, inhaled once more, and let her name fill my mouth. "Rakia," I murmured, savoring the sound of it. Tonight she would dine at my table, and I would peel back every layer of her soul. I would learn why her scent made me lose control, why her voice made me want to listen, why her eyes made me hesitate, and whether she was truly just a human or something far more dangerous.
Chapter 5. Rakia. That Fracken. His drones, pale, hollow-eyed, and obedient as corpses, descended on me before I could even scream. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. Their hands grabbed my arms, my shoulders, my waist, and dragged me down another hallway, deeper into the twisted palace carved into stone and death. I kicked. I fought, but I might as well have been resisting stone statues. I was shoved into a room. No, not a room. A bathroom larger than any place I'd ever been allowed to live in. The floors were marble, the walls inlaid with gold, and in the centre sat a massive claw-footed tub filled with soapy, sickly, sweet-smelling water that made my nose burn. Before I could even process the space, hands ripped at my clothes. Cold air rushed over my skin as I was stripped bare. I screamed, but no one listened. My body was shoved into the tub with so little care that I slammed my knee into the edge. "Ow! Bastards!" I yelped. The porcelain was rough, and the soap stung as it found the cuts on my skin. I squirmed, but they held me down. Tears welled in my eyes as they began scrubbing me. Not gently, like someone bathing a child or lover. No, this was mechanical, like I was a dish to be scoured. My skin turned red under their hands, raw and exposed. Water was poured over my head again and again, blinding me, choking me as it washed the soap away. My scalp felt like it was being flayed. Fingers clawed through my hair with no gentleness, tangles torn free until I gasped in pain. I swore I was bleeding. And it was over, like blinking through a nightmare. I was yanked up, dripping and shaking. Rough towels scraped over me, drying me in quick, careless movements. My mind still spun as they applied lotion. At least that part was bearable. The scent was rich, floral and warm, something that reminded me of a garden I had once seen from behind a locked gate. The softness almost distracted me from the next horror. A long, pure white silk robe wrapped around me like a burial shroud. Then came the shackles. Cold, heavy, and clamped around my wrists with a finality that stole my breath. The metallic clink echoed louder than it should have. I stared at them in horror as the drones wordlessly stepped aside, replaced now by a tall, grim-faced guard with eyes that didn't blink. He grabbed me roughly by the elbow and pulled me forward, half dragging me out of the room and down another corridor. My bare feet slipped across the stone floor, but he didn't slow down. I was hauled through yet another set of doors into a massive chamber. My breath caught in my throat. It was some sort of hall, dimly lit by sconces casting flickering shadows over the stone. The ceilings rose to impossible heights, and the walls were filled with people, strange, silent people whose gazes all snapped to me at once. Dozens of them, maybe more. Fracken, watching, smiling. A long table stretched before me, covered in an immaculate white tablecloth. But it was empty. No food, no plates, no chairs, just a single monstrous centerpiece. Realization hit me like a hammer. "Oh no!" I breathed, struggling. "No! Let me go!" I writhed in the guard's grip, yanking at the chains. "Let me go!" My voice cracked. Panic surged like wildfire through me. The crowd's response was silence, eager silence. Until one of them, a tall male with greyish skin and serpentine eyes, stepped forward and inhaled deeply. His head tilted back, and an audible moan escaped his throat. He was smelling me. I gagged and spat, jerking away as far as my chains would let me. "Back away!" a voice boomed, deeper than the others, commanding. The crowd parted like water around a rock, and through them walked him. Quazul. I recognized him instantly, those same black eyes like bottomless wells, that air of predatory calm, regal, ruthless, wretched. "Well," he purred, voice rich like poisoned wine, "hello again." I groaned and let my head fall to the side, exhausted, furious. "Just bite me already, bastard!" I snapped. He smiled, a slow, deliberate curve of lips that promised nothing good. "I have a deal, my sweet little creature," he said smoothly, stepping closer. He reached out and cupped my face in his hand. His skin was like ice. "You tell me about yourself." His thumb brushed my cheek as if we were lovers. "And I will let you eat, to your heart's content." I glared at him. "Screw you." It took everything in me not to spit in his face, but then my stomach growled, loud, the scent of roasted meat wafted in from somewhere. Or maybe it was just another illusion to break me down. I didn't know. I was tired, starving, hurt, my will cracked. So I told him, not everything, but enough. Enough to make it clear I wasn't from here, that I'd been taken, hunted, and dragged halfway across hell by his winged freaks. I told him of the night they found me, of the trees watching me, of the stream I'd tried to find safety in. I spoke like it would buy me life. Maybe it did. And just like that, food appeared. Platters of roasted meats, fruits, warm bread, and sweet tarts were laid out before me by unseen hands. My eyes widened, mouth watering. "Go on," Quazul whispered, gesturing grandly. "You've earned it." I didn't hesitate. I devoured everything I could get my hands on. Bread dripping with honey and butter, chunks of roasted meat that fell apart on my tongue, tart berries that burst like tiny suns in my mouth. Warm broth slid down my throat and settled in my aching belly. For a few moments, the fear faded behind the veil of hunger being silenced. But just as I began to feel the weight of the food lull me into comfort, his voice came again. "My turn." I froze. Before I could move, his arms were around me, gentle, almost tender. One hand cradled the back of my head, and the other tilted my neck. "Wait!" I tried, but his lips brushed my skin. Then pain. Sharp, sudden. Fangs sank into my throat like fire through silk. I gasped, the food forgotten. My body jerked once, then went limp. My hands clawed weakly at his arms as my blood rushed into him. Quazul groaned low in his chest, satisfied, intoxicated, and all I could think was, he's feeding the way I just did, and I was the feast.
Chapter 6. Quazul. I'd waited long enough. She stood before me. Rakia, arms crossed, chin lifted in a challenge she didn't voice but wore like armor. Her scent had only grown stronger since I first tasted it in the air. It clung to her like heat, laced with wildness, the tang of something ancient I couldn't place. It clouded my thoughts, set my hunger boiling under the surface of my skin. I stepped closer. She didn't move. Every instinct I possessed screamed for restraint. But hunger has a way of making even gods reckless. My gaze settled on the curve of her neck, on the vein just below her jaw that pulsed in perfect rhythm. I could hear it, taste it. My fangs ached behind closed lips. "Are you going to do it?" she said, voice steady. "Or just stare at me like I'm dessert?" I let the corner of my mouth curl, but I didn't answer. I didn't need to. One hand reached up, brushing aside her hair. Her skin was warm, and my fingers lingered longer than necessary. Still, she didn't flinch. I pressed my palm lightly to the side of her throat, feeling the rhythm of her pulse beneath it, fast but not frightened. Curious, intriguing, and then I bit. My fangs pierced her skin in one smooth motion, and everything else fell away. Her blood rushed over my tongue, and the world stilled. I had tasted power before. Old blood, noble blood, blood laced with curses and charm and all manner of human invention. But this was something else entirely. It was wild, electric, threaded with magic so old it made my knees weak. She tasted like something untamed, sun-warmed fruit bursting on the tongue, fire in the veins, the cool breath of a storm rolling across a dry plain. Sweet, wild, pure. Gods! It hit me with such force I nearly staggered. I drank again, deeper this time, my hands curling around her waist, dragging her closer. My restraint dissolved like smoke. Her blood sang to me, called to something I thought long buried. And she moaned. Soft, barely audible, but it rippled through me like thunder. Her fingers clenched in the folds of my sleeve, and instead of pulling away, she leaned in, pressed her body closer, offering more. A mistake. Her mistake. Or mine. I drank harder, hunger blinding, reason dissolving into want. I could feel her heart fluttering beneath my lips, her life bleeding into mine with each swallow. She was soft and warm and willing, and I wanted her. No, I needed her. Until suddenly, she began to fall. Her body slackened all at once, her pulse fading beneath my touch. I pulled back, blood on my lips, breath heaving in my chest. She sagged forward, and I caught her before she hit the floor. "Rakia!" I said her name without thinking, brushing a hand over her cheek. Her skin was cold. Her pulse was slowing too much. Idiot. I reached for the goblet on the nearby table, filled it with the dark, spiced wine I kept for feeding, and pressed it to her lips. "Drink," I commanded. Her eyes fluttered, lashes trembling. She obeyed. Small sips, enough to keep her from slipping too far under. She breathed easier by the third swallow, her skin regaining the faintest flush. I exhaled slowly, steadying her against my chest as she blinked up at me. "You should have stopped sooner," she whispered, voice like dry silk. "You should have pushed me away." She smiled faintly, blood still staining the corner of her mouth. "Maybe I wanted to see how far you'd go." That pulled a low, bitter laugh from me. She had no idea how far I could go. What I was. I set the goblet down, letting her rest against the cushioned bench. I knelt beside her, watching the way her chest rose and fell, more slowly now. The silence between us stretched out like a tether, pulsing with something I didn't know how to name. "You're not ordinary," I said at last. "Your blood is dangerous." Her lips curled. "Told you I wasn't scared." That defiance again. That heat. I stood and turned toward the fire, trying to gather the remnants of control I'd so carelessly discarded. My hands still trembled slightly. I hadn't lost myself like that in centuries. Not even with royalty. Not even with witches. I turned back to her. "You have a choice," I said, voice sharp now, deliberate. "You'll dine with me tonight. Speak freely. Share your story." Her eyes narrowed. "Or what?" "Or," I continued smoothly, "you'll be left to the coven, and to them you're nothing but food." It was a lie, an empty threat. I wouldn't let them near her. Not now. Not ever. But she didn't know that. She only knew what I wanted her to. She watched me for a long moment, the weight of her gaze more unsettling than anything she'd said, as if she could see through me, as if she already knew I was bluffing and just didn't care. "I'll think about it," she said finally, voice soft. That would have to be enough. I gestured to the guards. "Return her to her cell." They obeyed without a word, moving slower this time, with something almost like reverence. They lifted her carefully, one on each side. Rakia didn't resist, but as they carried her past me, she turned her head. "I'm not your plaything," she said. "No," I said. "You're not." Her eyes lingered on mine a second longer. "Good." Then the door shut behind her and I was alone again. The fire cracked softly in the hearth. I stood motionless, the taste of her still thick on my tongue, still burning down my throat. Rakia. I said her name in my mind, again and again, like a spell I wasn't sure how to undo. She had been a question mark in my world, an anomaly, a curiosity. But now she was a problem, a beautiful, blood-soaked, unforgettable problem. And I had the sinking feeling I was already far too deep to turn away.
Chapter 7. Rakia. The floor was cold beneath my feet, smooth stone, worn by time and the weight of too many broken bodies. I had been thrown back into the cell without ceremony, still sore from where the shackles had bitten into my wrists. The iron had rubbed my skin raw, angry red circles blooming like wounds, and I was half shocked they weren't bleeding. The silk robe they had once given me, false comfort, false softness, was gone, replaced by nothing, just my skin and the bruises I carried like armour. The cell stank of mildew and despair. That's when I heard it. Laboured breathing in the dark, wet and rattling, like someone drowning slowly on dry land. I froze, listening. It wasn't the measured, heavy sound of guards outside. No, this was close, inside. I swallowed and whispered, "Hello?" The breathing hitched, followed by a soft cough. Then a voice, cracked and weak, replied, "Who are you?" I turned toward the sound, careful and slow. My bare feet made no sound as I crossed the cell. My eyes adjusted to the dim flicker of torchlight from the corridor, enough to make out a shape curled on one of the two cots shoved into the corner. A frail woman, small, thin as a whisper. Her skin was sallow, stretched taut over bone. Hair clung to her scalp in limp strands. She looked already halfway gone. "You're new blood, aren't you?" she asked, voice dry as paper. "Yeah," I said softly, kneeling beside her. "Name's Rakia." She licked her cracked lips, then whispered, "Emil. Been here. Too long." I studied her, trying to measure how long too long meant in a place like this. A week? A month? How could anyone survive starvation, thirst, and the constant fear longer than a handful of days? And yet, here she was, a ghost stubbornly refusing to fade. "I heard they don't keep people long," I said cautiously. Her lips curled into something meant to be a smile, but looked like a wound. "Not unless they like how you scream." The words curdled in my stomach. She shifted, a wince rippling across her frail frame. "You've seen him, haven't you?" I didn't need to ask who she meant. "Yeah." Her breath rattled. "Quazzle." She spat the name like it hurt her tongue. "He's charming. When he wants to be. Makes you feel special, important." I looked away. That dangerous, velvety purr of his voice still lingered in my ears, soft as silk, sharp as glass. Emiel's hand, cold and bony, shot out to clutch mine. The strength in her touch startled me. Her sunken eyes burned with a desperate kind of fire. "Don't fall for it," she whispered. "He consumes everything he touches. And when he tires of you..." She didn't finish. She didn't need to. Her hollow cheeks and wasted body told me enough. That night I couldn't sleep. Not because of fear, not entirely, but because her words clung to my skin like a second layer, tight and suffocating. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling where shadows from the corridor torchlight twisted like spectres. Hunger gnawed at my belly, a steady ache, but pride gnawed harder. I wouldn't become another ghost whispering warnings in the dark. The next evening, the guards came. They shackled me without a word, chains biting into the same raw skin, and dragged me from the cell. Emile didn't speak. She only stared at me with that same haunted look, warning, pity, maybe even mourning. The halls stretched on, twisting deeper into Quazul's fortress. The torches grew warmer the further we went, gold light spilling across stone walls as if we were stepping into a palace, not being led to a predator. And his chamber. Quazul lounged on his throne like a serpent coiled in silk. One leg draped over the other, his hand propping up his sharp jawline. His black eyes locked on me the instant I entered, glittering with amusement. "Welcome back," he said, voice smooth as wine. I didn't smile. He gestured lazily. "Sit." The guards forced me to my knees instead. The chains clinked, heavy as shame. "Talk to me," he said, his tone that of a man bored with eternity. "Tell me a story. Something from your life. Something real. A test. Always a test." The hunger in my stomach screamed at me to give him what he wanted, to offer up some piece of myself in exchange for food, for survival. But the fire in my chest, the piece that refused to break, had other plans. So I lied. "I once hunted a batlaz," I said, voice steady, eyes fixed on his. "It had been stealing from the village water supply. Huge thing, wings like night, horns sharp as spears. Took 3 days to track. I cut it down myself." For a heartbeat, silence. Quazul tilted his head, amused. "A batlaz, you say?" "Yes." The chamber chilled. Then his smile disappeared. "Lying doesn't suit you, Rakia." I didn't blink. He rose slowly, gliding down the steps with predatory grace. His shadow loomed long and dark across the stone floor. He crouched, close enough for me to feel his breath against my face. "You know how I can tell?" he whispered. I said nothing. His lips curled into something cruel. "Because you don't smell like blood and ash. You smell like fear, soil, hunger." Then he stood, his disinterest sharp as a blade. "Take her back. No food tonight." My stomach sank, but my chin stayed high. Back in the cell, the door slammed shut with a finality that echoed in my bones. Emiel stirred, her eyes cloudy but sharp enough to read me. "No food," I muttered, collapsing against the stone wall. "Punished." Her cracked lips twitched into something almost like a smile. "I warned you," she whispered. "I know." She let out a weak laugh that dissolved into a fit of coughing, racking her frail body until it seemed she might break apart. I watched helplessly as she trembled, finally sinking back into her cot, her breathing shallower than before. Poor woman. How was she still alive? How could she cling to life when even a laugh threatened to drag her under? I curled into myself on the floor, my stomach growling angrily, echoing through the cell like a second voice. The ache was sharp, hollow, cruel. My body shook from hunger, from exhaustion, but I didn't cry. Pride burned hotter than pain. Let him starve me. Let him test me. Let him try to break me. I would not beg. I would not fold into ash and whispers like Emil. Not ever.
Chapter 8. Quazul. I paced back and forth. The stone beneath my boots had long since lost its texture, worn smooth by my own restlessness. Hours or more now since the guards dragged her back to her cell. The torches on the wall flickered without sound, casting long shadows that danced mockingly along the corridor. Shadows that should have comforted me. Shadows that used to be enough. But not tonight. Her blood still lingered in my mouth, tucked in the corners of my teeth, impossible to scrub out. I'd tried wine, thick and spiced, but it only seemed to heighten the memory. Her taste still swimming behind my eyes, sweet, wild, magic-laced. There was heat in it, yes, but something older too, something storm-born. I should have wiped my mouth clean and left her to rot in her cell. Let her cool and shrivel and reconsider her mistakes. But I burned. Rakia! She had lied to me, or maybe worse, she had told the truth with enough precision to let the lie slip through the gaps. I'm human, she'd said. Human. Ah, that wasn't human blood I'd tasted. Not entirely. Something inside her defied definition. Something not born of men or gods or even my kind. It resisted cataloging, naming. It didn't belong in this world. And yet there she was, moaning under my mouth, pressing into me like she craved the hunger that would kill her. I had almost let it. Almost drained her. I should have left her in the dark. I should have let my silence punish her. Let her sit with what she'd done. What I had almost done in return. Instead, my footsteps echoed now down the narrow stone corridor, each one a betrayal of my own rule. No visits to the cells. Never. Not unless it was time to feed, punish, or dispose. And yet, the guards looked up when I approached. One opened his mouth to speak, thought better of it. Both stepped aside in silence. Their eyes didn't meet mine. Wise. The lock clicked open with a dull metal sigh. I entered alone. It was quiet inside. Quiet enough to hear her breathing. Slow. Rhythmic. She lay curled on the cot, the threadbare blanket wrapped around her legs, her hair a tangled halo across the straw. The chains were untouched. They hadn't needed to be used. She hadn't fought, but she hadn't yielded either. She looked small like that. Delicate, almost. I knew better. I'd tasted better. She stirred before I could speak. Her eyelids fluttered, then opened fully. Her gaze sharpened instantly when she saw me standing there. Tension rippled through her limbs like a bowstring pulled taut. Her voice was rough. What? Come to drain the rest of me? I didn't answer. I stepped forward, silent as a shadow, as I always was. Close enough to smell the salt of her skin. Close enough to hear the slight change in her breath. Afraid, but not enough. You lied, I said, voice soft as smoke, sharp as glass. You said you were human. I am, she snapped, forcing herself upright, drawing the blanket tighter around her shoulders, like it could shield her from me. Still, she didn't flinch. She met my eyes. That defiance, that goddamn chin. No, I said, crouching to meet her at eye level. You're something else. There's power in you, and I tasted it. She looked away. And what do you care? The answer should have been simple, but it wasn't. I care, I hissed, because I don't like being deceived, and because you made me lose control. Her head snapped back toward me. I didn't make you do anything. You lost control all by yourself. She wasn't wrong, and that was the worst part. You're playing a game you don't understand, I murmured. You provoke me like you want me to hurt you. Maybe I do. Her voice was low, unshaking. The space between us shrank, invisible but burning. I leaned in, one hand bracing against the stone wall just above her shoulder. Close enough to touch, close enough to take. Her breath caught, but she didn't recoil. What is it about you? I asked, more to the air than to her. You should be terrified. Should I? You're alone. Powerless. At my mercy. And yet, she said, tilting her head, you're the one who came here. In the middle of the night. It made me laugh. A dry, bitter sound. It echoed off the walls like a curse. "I could have had you killed," I said. "You could have. But you didn't." Her cockiness caused her to almost purr her words. She was right again. Damn her. Always right in the ways that mattered. We stared at each other. Neither blinked. "I'm not toying with you," I said finally, though the words felt like a lie the moment they left my mouth. "Aren't you?" she said. I paused. "Maybe," she scoffed, but not with the bitterness I expected. It was something else. Amusement. Sadness. Recognition. "You're too interesting not to," I admitted. "Too unpredictable, too—" I stopped myself. Words weren't my strength. I had no name for the thing she was becoming inside my head. My hand moved, drifting, reaching, almost brushing her cheek. She froze, didn't pull away. Her breath warmed my fingers. My heart, a thing I thought long dead, lurched in my chest. I could have touched her. I wanted to, but I didn't. I withdrew my hand like it had been burned. "You're not ready," I said, standing abruptly. "For what?" "For what I could show you." She didn't ask for clarification. Maybe she didn't need it. I turned away, crossing the cell in 2 strides. At the door I paused, casting a final glance over my shoulder. She was sitting now, her knees drawn to her chest, watching me with that unreadable look. "Try again tomorrow," I said. "If you want to eat at my table, earn it." She raised an eyebrow. "And if I'd rather rot in this cell?" I smiled. No teeth, no warmth. "You won't." Then I vanished, the shadows taking me in as the door sealed behind me. Outside, the air was colder. Still, it didn't clear my head. Her scent lingered on my hands, in my throat, beneath my skin. Whatever Rakia was, she had pierced something in me I hadn't known could still bleed. And I had no idea what I'd do about it, but I would. I always do.
From the depths of the darkness of Prathika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prathika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprathika.com. Prathika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 9. Rakia. The first bath I was given was brutal, but this one was different. The water was warmer, and it seemed to wash away the fear and filth I had accumulated. My scraped wrists still burned, but the fragrant soap and soft washcloths soothed the ache. They even took an abrasive stone to my legs and feet, scrubbing away the grime, and I had to fight the urge to cover myself. They didn't miss a spot. My hair was thoroughly washed until it was squeaky clean. After what felt like an eternity, they took me out of the tub and wrapped me in a plush, warm towel. The towel was much nicer than the one they had used before. It was thick and soft, and the warmth felt incredible against my skin. The sudden kindness was jarring, and I wondered what game he was playing. Was this some twisted test? A way to make me drop my guard? Why was I being given these luxuries when I had been nothing but a defiant prisoner? They dressed me in a beautiful, flowing white silk dress. It was short, barely brushing my upper thighs, and so different from the shapeless linen rags I was used to. The silk felt cool and soft against my skin, so much softer than the rough wool I usually wore. They then braided my hair into an intricate crown around my head. The careful attention to my appearance was unsettling. There were no shackles this time as they led me to his throne room. The guards seemed gentler, less threatening. The change in their demeanour unnerved me even more. I felt like a lamb being led to the slaughter, but a pampered lamb at least. When we entered the throne room, I watched as Quazzle drew in a deep breath. A barely suppressed groan escaped his lips. His eyes, the colour of a stormy sky, seemed to pierce right through me. "You can leave now," he said, his voice low, motioning to the guards who had brought me here. They nodded and quickly retreated, leaving me alone with him. He took a step toward me, and my heart hammered against my ribs. "You smell different today," he said, his voice almost whisper, warmer, closer to me even. I stared at him, my mind racing, trying to decipher his words. Before I could respond, he spoke again, his voice now a demand. "Give me a real story." So I gave him a story more real and revealing than the last. I spoke of a girl born into a world of shadow and secrets, a girl who learned to wield a blade before she could read, whose lullabies were the clash of steel and the whispers of a dying world. I wove a tale of a lonely girl, a girl who longed for a home, for a place where she belonged, a place where she wasn't just a tool, a weapon, but a person. He listened intently, his eyes never leaving mine. I could feel the heat radiating from him, a silent, powerful force that pulled me closer. I could feel the tension building between us, a thick, palpable thing that hummed in the air. I spoke of the feeling of being an outcast, of having a power I couldn't control, a power that made me both feared and desired. My words were a dance, a slow, sensual confession of a life lived on the edge of darkness. I was telling him about myself, but in a way that left me with a thin veil of protection. I felt exposed, vulnerable, and yet a strange sense of freedom bloomed within me. I was confessing my desires, my fears, my very soul to this monster, and a part of me felt alive for the first time in a long time. As I spoke, he moved closer, his scent filling my senses, a mix of old earth, rain, and something else, something uniquely his, something that made my insides tremble. He lifted his hand, his long, elegant fingers brushing against my cheek, and I shivered at his touch. He ran his thumb over my bottom lip, and I leaned into his touch without thinking. "You're telling me the truth now, aren't you?" he said. I nodded, unable to speak. His eyes darkened, and his gaze dropped to my neck. A sudden, sharp intake of breath, and a low growl rumbled in his chest. I felt a pang of fear, but it was quickly replaced by an intense, electric anticipation. He leaned in, his lips brushing against my neck, and a shudder ran through me. He didn't bite. Not yet. He just lingered there, breathing me in. With a sudden, sharp twist of his head, he sank his fangs into the soft skin of my neck. It was nothing like the first time. The first time was brutal, a violent assertion of his power. This time was different. It was intimate, a deep, consuming kiss. The pain was still there, a sharp sting, but it was quickly overshadowed by a wave of intoxicating pleasure. My blood flowed into him, and I felt a strange sense of release. He drank deeply, but this time it was a slow, deliberate act. I could feel his body hum with the power of my blood, and I found myself arching into him, wanting to give more. His restraint snapped. A low, guttural growl escaped his throat, and he tore his mouth from my neck. His eyes, now a deep, blood red, were filled with a burning, all-consuming hunger.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheca.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, Use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook. The worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. The silence was heavy, but not in a bad way. He just held me, his arm wrapped around my waist, his other hand stroking my hair. He was no longer the fearsome king, but a man, his eyes studying me silently, as if trying to decipher the enigma that I was. I felt an undeniable shift in our relationship, a new, complex dynamic taking hold. I wasn't just his prisoner anymore. I was something else. What that something was, I had no idea, but a part of me was terrifyingly excited to find out. I had given him my blood, my story, my body, and in return, he had given me an experience that had left me utterly speechless and, strangely, irrevocably changed. I wasn't sure if I should be terrified or thrilled, but I knew one thing for sure: my life would never be the same.
Chapter 10. Kwazul. I slumped back on my throne, fingers curled around a goblet I hadn't touched in hours. The wine had long since gone cold, but I didn't notice. I barely noticed anything beyond the hollow ache that had rooted itself inside my chest. The ache had a name. Rakya. The throne room was empty. My orders. I couldn't suffer the sound of voices right now. Couldn't tolerate the weight of their eyes, their questions, their fear even, which usually pleased me. Not tonight. Tonight, I was something less. Or maybe something more. I couldn't decide which terrified me more. I closed my eyes and let the memory replay. Her taste, her breath, hot and ragged against my mouth. The way she moaned, not in pain, not quite, but as if my bite had unlocked something inside her. The way her skin had felt under my hands, the softest cashmere I had the pleasure of feeling. Unlocking something in both of us. A secret. A door. And I, fool that I was, had stepped through without knowing the cost. She should have fought me harder. She should have screamed. Instead, she leaned in like she wanted it. Wanted me. And now I couldn't stop thinking about her. Her voice echoed through my thoughts, defiant and quiet, like a storm just out of reach. Her laugh, I thought I imagined it. Soft, disbelieving, as if I'd surprised her somehow. As if in that moment I was something more than a monster. I had to move. I couldn't sit with it anymore. "Bring her better quarters," I said aloud, my voice like steel scraped against stone. "Tonight, quietly, no fanfare." A servant slipped in through the shadows, bowed low. "One escort only," I added. "No guards, no chains. No one speaks of this." He nodded and vanished. Good. That one was smart, discreet, still had his tongue. I stood and walked to the great window, staring out over the kingdom I had bled and broken into obedience. It looked so small from here, distant, like it belonged to someone else. My world was shrinking, pulling inward to a single point. A single girl caged beneath the palace, now relocated on my whim. And I didn't even know why. This wasn't hunger, not the kind that drove me to feed, to kill, to conquer. This was worse, sharper, deeper. I wanted her. But not just her body, not even just her power. I wanted her choice. I wanted her to look at me, not with fear, not even with awe, but with want. Real, uncoerced, maddening want. And that made me weak. I had executed nobles for less, for daring to stir anything in me beyond the cold satisfaction of dominance. But she had slipped past every wall I'd built. In just one night. One taste. I remembered her words clear as a blade. Maybe I do. That was her answer when I told her she acted like she wanted me to destroy her. She hadn't denied it. She dared me. And I had stepped closer. What did that make me? I turned from the window, pacing now, each step a reminder that this wasn't just about her. It was about what she meant, Because I didn't believe in fate. I believed in force, in will. But something about her blood, laced with power I couldn't name, spoke of things older than either of us. It sang in my veins like prophecy, like doom. When the council whispered about her earlier today, when Veron leaned forward with that smug, knowing gleam in his eye, I silenced them with a single glance. "If you speak her name again," I said, voice cold enough to still the fire, "I'll carve it from your tongue." None of them met my gaze after that. Their silence was satisfying, but it wasn't enough, because I could feel it, the shift. They knew I was changed, and worse, so did I. I had always ruled by control, by the illusion that nothing touched me, nothing swayed me. My court was built on fear and ritual. And here I was, unraveling over one woman. No, not a woman. Something else. There was magic in her blood, yes, but that wasn't what haunted me. What haunted me was her defiance, her refusal to beg, her refusal to break. She had stared me down in that filthy cell and asked, with nothing but her eyes, "Is that all?" I should have killed her. Instead, I gave her comfort, and now I couldn't get her out of my head. Back at the window, I watched the torches flicker across the lower halls. She'd be in the new room by now. Clean bedding, warm fire, a view of the courtyard. Not too much. I wasn't trying to seduce her, was I? I let out a low laugh, dry and bitter. I told myself this wasn't about love. Love was for fools and poets. I knew what love did to men like me. It broke them, gutted them, turned them into shadows of who they once were. But this wasn't love. This was possession. If I couldn't have her, no one would. If she tried to escape, I would burn every village between here and the horizon to drag her back. And if she looked at someone else the way she looked at me, I didn't know what I'd do. Only that the world would bleed for it. I leaned my forehead against the cold stone of the window. Her scent still clung to me. Her voice lived beneath my skin. I could feel her there, like a splinter too deep to pull out. "If she is mine," I whispered, "then let the world burn around her. Let the nobles scheme. Let the gods rage. Let the stars fall. I'd see it all turn to ash if it meant she would stand beside me, or kneel, or even fight me if that's what it took to keep her near. I didn't care what it looked like, only that it was her. And now that I had tasted her, I knew. There was no going back."
Chapter 11. Rakia. They came for me again. This time there were no shackles, no iron clamped around my wrists or collar. Just two silent figures in dark armour, standing at the cell door with unreadable faces. One gestured. I hesitated, half expecting a blow or trick, but they didn't move to touch me. Slowly I rose from the floor and followed them, casting a quick glance back at Emil. She was asleep, or pretending to be, with her face turned toward the wall, lips parted as if whispering secrets to ghosts. They led me down the winding corridors once more, but this time I was taken to a bath first, a real one. The same drones as before were waiting. Strange, smooth-skinned, barely humanoid creatures that never spoke. They stripped me wordlessly, and I tensed, expecting the same rough, rushed scrubbing as last time. But instead, they were gentler. The water was warm, scented with something faintly floral, and the soap they used didn't burn my skin. My scalp still ached a little under their fingers, but it felt like more of a ritual now than a punishment. A lotion was even applied after that smelled divine. When I was dried, they wrapped me in soft linen and dressed me, not in silk this time, but in a deep green gown that shimmered like moss in low light. It was simple, but elegant, and nothing like the rags I'd worn when I arrived. My wrists were left bare, no cuffs, no chains. The air felt different when I walked, like I was part of the space instead of something being dragged through it. Even the guards seemed unsure of how close to stand, like I was some new thing they didn't know the rules for. The great hall looked the same, but it felt different. Warmer, brighter. The long table glowed with candlelight and silver dishes, steam rising in gentle curls. The other Vraken were already seated, pale and predatory in the shadows, their red or gold eyes flicking toward me like I was something between an animal and a puzzle. And at the head of the table, lounging like a dark god, was Quazzle. His gaze landed on me the moment I stepped into the room. He didn't smile this time, didn't speak right away. He just watched me, head tilted slightly, as though waiting to see what I would do. I sat when I was told, but I didn't shrink. I kept my back straight, my eyes steady. If he wanted a show, I'd give him one. When he asked for a story, I gave him one. "There's a cave," I said slowly, swirling the wine in my glass. Actual wine this time, not that thick, bitter blood blend they'd given me before. "On the coast, not far from where I grew up. Locals call it the Siren's Hollow. Nobody goes near it anymore, not since the storm that swallowed the fishing village. A few of the Vraken shifted, their interest piqued despite themselves. Quazzul remained motionless, his eyes fixed on me. They say if you go in at low tide, you can hear the voices of those lost mothers calling for their children, lovers screaming out final goodbyes. Sometimes, if the tide's just right, the cave hums, like it's singing. And if you sing back..." I let my voice drop low, letting the silence fill the gap. "What happens then?" Quazzle asked softly. "You don't come out," I said with a shrug. "At least, not all of you. The sea keeps something. Your voice, your memory, your fear. Something always stays behind." A quiet fell over the table. Some of the coven members were amused, others looked visibly uncomfortable. One, a thin woman with black lips and eyes like candle smoke, leaned forward as if about to speak, but stopped herself. Quazzul didn't stop watching me. Not once. He laughed, just a breath, not enough to echo, but it broke the tension like a knife through silk. "You embellish," he said. "Of course I do," I replied. "Would you rather I be dull?" His smile deepened. "No, never dull." The meal continued after that, and for the very first time, I was invited to eat freely. The table was a garden of temptation, ripe fruits glistening like jewels, roasted meats, spiced grains, warm bread. The scent alone nearly made me weep. The others didn't reach for much, their appetites not so earthly. But I ate, cautiously at first, then greedily. Each bite was a defiance, a reclaiming of something I didn't know I'd lost. Still, I could feel the heat of Quazzul's gaze on me. Not cruel, not possessive, just interested. And that, more than anything, made my skin crawl. Suddenly it happened. A male coven member, I didn't know his name, but I remembered his face, sharp and angular, like something carved from a knife, stood suddenly. "She's mortal," he said to Quazzul, voice like cracking stone. "And you pamper her?" The room went still. Even the candles seemed to hesitate. Quazzul didn't rise. He didn't need to. His presence stretched, thick and dark, wrapping the air in warning. "You forget yourself. She deceived you once. Lied. And still you." Quazzul looked at him, just a look, cold, flat and final. The man sat again, though his jaw clenched tightly. Quazzul turned to me. "Forgive the interruption." But the warmth had gone from the room. The meal ended shortly after, and I was silently escorted out. I braced for the familiar path, the descent into stone and shadow, back to Emiel and the cold floor. But the guards didn't lead me that way. They took me up, through a narrow corridor I hadn't seen before, past carvings I didn't recognize, scenes of winged figures in battle, of planets split open, of mortals kneeling in worship or ruin. They stopped in front of a plain wooden door. One opened it, then stepped aside. I entered, expecting another trick, another game. But it wasn't. The room was small but warm. A bed rested against the wall, neatly made. There was a small closet, a chair and a table, a basin of clean water. But what made my knees nearly buckle was the sight of the blanket, soft, real fabric, and a pillow. A pillow. No one said a word. The door closed behind me with a quiet click. I stood in the room, unsure of what to do. No chains, no voice booming orders from the shadows. Just space. I touched the bed cautiously, then sat. I didn't trust it. Not yet. But gods, it felt good. Was this a reward? A manipulation? A new cage in softer colours? It didn't matter. For now I had warmth. For now I had a pillow. And for one night, I let myself rest.
Chapter 12. Quazul. The steel clanged sharply against mine, a familiar ring that should have focused me. My opponent struck with the practiced precision of someone who'd fought through centuries and survived them. We moved across the courtyard like predators, testing each other's reflexes, boots scraping against ancient stone, the weight of a dozen watching eyes pressing in from the shadows. "You're slower than usual," growled Razeth, an old Rakan warrior whose skin bore more scars than mine. His blade nicked my shoulder. Shallow. Intentional. An insult. Too long at court, or is it something else? I didn't answer. Instead, I lunged, twisting under his next blow and driving my elbow into his ribs. He grunted, but held his ground. Good. I needed the distraction, the grounding pain of impact, the motion to drown out the flicker behind my eyes. Rakia. I saw her in flashes, her lips curling into an amused smile, her laughter ringing light and unexpected in my hall. She was at the edge of my vision at all times. It had been days since I fed from her, days since I caught her mid-sentence with an offer to sit closer. And yet the image of her lingered. He caught the hesitation. He pressed in harder, forcing me back with a flurry of precise strikes. "You're elsewhere," he muttered between blows. "Thinking of some mortal girl?" He hissed those words. I let the tip of his sword graze my ribs before I caught it with mine and twisted savagely. The clang of metal gave way to a satisfying crunch as I swept his legs out from beneath him and drove him into the ground. My knee pressed into his chest as I lowered my blade to his throat. "You presume too much," I hissed. His eyes narrowed, still defiant, even pinned. "Then prove it." I pressed just hard enough to draw blood, a line of crimson sliding down his pale neck. Then I stood, stepping back and offering no hand to help him up. "Next time," I said coolly, "don't mistake mercy for distraction." He rose slowly, wiping the blood from his throat. "As you say, Lord Quazul." But there was something behind his words. Not submission, suspicion. Let him suspect. Let them all suspect. I could not afford to care. I left the ring, shedding the sweat-streaked tunic and the lingering sting of combat. Tonight was not about bloodshed. Not that kind. Dinner was already set when I arrived. Torches lined the high stone walls, casting flickering golden light across the long banquet table. I took my place at the head, the usual buzz of conversation trickling down the line of nobles and coven leaders. She was already there, Rakia, my little flame, my mystery girl. She was dressed in midnight blue, a color I had not instructed but deeply approved of. She sat several seats down the table, engaged in animated conversation with two of the younger advisors, whose eyes were glued to her. I didn't hear her words at first, only the sound of her voice, the melody in it, unruly and alive. Then her words began to drift toward me. "Just when we thought we were safe," she said, pausing for dramatic effect, "the bandits came back. Except this time, they were wearing our clothes." Laughter bubbled down the table. "Wait," said one of the women. "How did you know they weren't your own men?" "Easy," Rakia said, grinning. Ours didn't smell like they'd bathed in a goat's corpse. And they couldn't lie. I even smiled. It slipped past my guard before I could stop it. She looked toward me then, as if feeling the weight of my gaze. Her smile didn't falter. It deepened. "Would you tell it again?" I asked across the room, my voice cutting through the low hum of dinner talk. From the beginning. A hush fell, the kind that trembled on the edge of disbelief. Rakia blinked, caught off guard. But only for a moment. "You want the whole story, then?" I nodded once. She rose slowly, graceful without trying to be, and made her way down the table. The coven watched her like wolves would a flame, curious, cautious, but unwilling to draw close. She stopped just shy of my place. A gesture to the empty seat beside me. "Sit." She hesitated, but not out of fear, out of calculation. Then she slid into the chair. Gasps whispered around the hall, barely audible but sharp. A few forks paused mid-air. Razeth glared at me from down the table, his earlier defeat still fresh, now paired with something worse. Understanding. Let them watch. She turned toward me, brow arched. "So, the oasis or the ambush first?" "Oasis," I said. "Paint the picture." She did. With words that swayed like wind-blown silk, she described sandstorms and scorching sun, the endless stretch of dunes that gave way to a hidden spring, guarded by spirits who whispered riddles in the dark. She told it like a bard, untrained but natural, every detail touched with the flourish of a survivor who had earned the right to exaggerate. And I listened. I, who had ruled empires and sacked cities. I, who had not truly listened in decades. She made me laugh again, openly this time. I caught myself too late, the sound low and real. She glanced sideways at me. Did I say something funny? "No," I said. "You are funny." That startled her more than it should have. We sat close, close enough I could smell the trace of desert rose still clinging to her skin from the bath oils, hear the blood pulse at her throat. But I didn't feed. Not tonight. Tonight was for watching, listening, wanting. The others murmured. Some stared in horror. Others in silent calculation, like pieces on a board just tipped. I ignored them all. "Why do you tell stories?" I asked her, low enough that only she could hear. She looked up at me, unflinching. "Because it keeps the monsters at bay." I smiled. "Then tell me another."
Chapter 13. Rakia. I woke up with a start, my hand gripping at the blanket that was still, miraculously there. For a moment I didn't move, afraid that if I shifted, it would dissolve into mist like some cruel dream. The room was quiet, no clanking chains, no coughing from the other cells, just the faint hum of air moving through stone vents. The walls were smooth, the same deep mineral grey as the dungeons, but here they didn't press in on me. They stood a respectful distance away. It was small, yes, just a bed, a low but beautifully designed table, a closet, and a sitting chair, but it was mine. Mine. The blanket draped over me was soft and heavier than I was used to, with a faint scent of lavender that made my chest ache with something foreign, something I couldn't name. The pillow beneath my head still held the dent from my sleep. I had not slept on a pillow since before. Well, since before. Long, long before. The door was still locked. I knew it without checking, but there were no shackles on my wrists, no cold bite of metal against my skin. The absence was almost disorienting. I could feel the ghosts of the metal on my skin. The marks were still there. I was still staring at the door when the lock clicked. My body went rigid, heart stopping, every muscle tense, waiting for guards, for drones, for that same rough pull that always came before a summons. But instead, Kwazul stepped in. Not sweeping in like a ruler in his court. Not with the exaggerated posture of a predator showing his teeth. He came in like a man. I hated that I noticed. His gaze swept over the room before settling on me. "You're awake," he said, as though I'd been napping instead of fighting for every shred of rest in this place. I didn't answer right away. I needed to know which version of him I was getting today, the taunting monster or the cold interrogator. "I suppose I am," I said finally, sitting up, pulling the blanket tighter around my shoulders like armor. He studied me, and I hated that his eyes didn't feel like they were stripping me bare. No, he was just looking, almost curious. "You've travelled," he said. It wasn't a question. "Tell me something about those travels." He sat on the very edge of the bed and I straightened myself up, tucking my feet up. It could have been a trap. I knew that. Every conversation with him was a tightrope over a pit. But I'd never been good at silence. "Once," I said slowly, "I climbed a mountain in the far north. Higher than the clouds. Snow fell so thick I couldn't see my own hands." His head tilted slightly, inviting more. "The wind was sharp enough to cut through bone," I continued, "and every step made the ground groan beneath me. But when I reached the top, the world was so quiet it felt like the air had frozen too. I could see rivers like silver threads below, and the ice. It glittered like 1,000 tiny mirrors." I let my voice soften, as though speaking too loudly might break the memory. Kwazul said nothing for a long moment. He didn't even look away. "And you climbed down alone?" "I climbed down alive," I said, which wasn't really an answer. Something flickered in his eyes. Amusement, maybe. "Come," he said then, gesturing toward the door, standing once again. I stayed where I was, still curled in on myself. "Why?" "For a walk." I blinked. "A walk? Do you object?" His mouth curved faintly, and I realized he knew perfectly well I objected. He just wanted to hear me say it. But I didn't give him that. Instead, I stood, leaving the blanket on the bed like a piece of myself I was reluctant to abandon. My skin cooled down immediately, and a small shiver climbed up my spine. He led me through the corridors, but not the ones I'd seen before. We moved quickly, as though we were avoiding eyes. Twice he paused to listen, then guided me down narrow passages I wouldn't have noticed on my own. "Old servant tunnels," he explained. "The walls here were rough, unfinished, and the ceiling dipped low enough that I had to stoop. The air was warmer, and a faint glow came from veins of fungus clinging to the stone. It was beautiful in a strange, alien way, like walking through the inside of a living thing. I trailed my fingers along one of the glowing patches. "What is it?" "Fungal light," Kwazul said. "Old as the city itself. It feeds on the stone." "That's not how fungus works," I said, before I realized I had started. His smile deepened. "You think you know how everything works?" His words ended in a breathy laugh. "I think I know how fungus works," I muttered. The tunnel widened, and the sound of distant water reached my ears. I caught glimpses of the city beyond, through narrow cracks in the stone. A vast underground world lit by scattered pools of light, bridges arching between jagged rock spires. It was more than I had imagined. Kwazul walked beside me without speaking, his steps unhurried, as though this wasn't a predator leading prey, but something else. Something I couldn't define. I tried to remind myself of Emil's warning, not to fall for his attention, that he consumed what he was tired of, that all of this was part of the same game. But when the tunnel curved and opened into a small balcony carved into the rock, overlooking a glowing river far below, my breath caught. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he said quietly. "Yes," I admitted, before even thinking. We stood there for a while, the silence between us not quite comfortable, but not hostile either. I hated the way my chest felt, like something was shifting, loosening in ways I couldn't control. I tried to tell myself that it was just the view. just the quiet. Not him. Definitely not him.
Chapter 14. Kwazul. The air was different outside my chambers, thick with the scent of damp stone and something else I couldn't place. Rakia walked beside me, her steps silent, her presence a constant low thrum against my senses. I led her through the labyrinthine corridors of the Vrakan city, a place I had not truly seen in centuries. My life had been confined to the throne room, the war council, and the cold, dark corners of my own mind. But with her, I felt a pull to the forgotten parts of my world, places I had not thought of since I was a young Vrakanling. We passed through massive doors carved from living stone, the surface of which rippled and pulsed with a faint inner light. The Vrakan city was more than just a collection of buildings. It was a living, breathing organism, its architecture grown and shaped by the will of my ancestors. I watched her, waiting for a gasp, a sign of awe, but she just looked at it with a quiet curiosity. She was not a creature to be easily impressed. "These were grown, weren't they?" she asked, her voice a soft whisper that echoed in the vast space. I nodded, a rare, genuine smile touching my lips. The stone itself is alive, a symbiotic entity with our people. It remembers our touch, our thoughts. This city holds the collective memory of my lineage. We descended into the lower levels, where the air grew cooler, and the bioluminescence became more pronounced. Here there were no grand arches or polished floors. The corridors were narrow, the walls a rough, unworked stone that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. I showed her the hidden chambers, the ones I had forgotten even existed. They were small, intimate spaces, and I found myself remembering snatches of my childhood, of games played and secrets shared in these very rooms. A pang of something akin to nostalgia, a feeling I hadn't felt in a very long time, washed over me. My ancestors would come here to meditate, to connect with the city's heart, I explained. The light, it helps to quiet the mind, to focus the spirit. She reached out and touched the glowing wall, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns of the wild-spont veins. The light pulsed under her touch, a vibrant, living thing. I watched her, captivated by the way the soft blue light illuminated her face, making her look both otherworldly and terribly, wonderfully human. We came to a deserted alley, one I hadn't seen in centuries. The walls were a mass of twisting, glowing wild-spont veins, and the air was heavy with a sweet, earthy scent. The silence was absolute, broken only by the soft hum of the living light. I stopped, turning to face her, and the playful flirtation that had been a low simmer between us all night flared into a hungry, reckless fire. "It's beautiful," she said, her eyes wide as she took in the glowing walls. I didn't respond. I couldn't. My hunger for her, a gnawing, constant ache, had reached a fever pitch. I pushed her gently against the wall, my hands on either side of her head, and leaned in, my mouth finding hers. Her lips were soft and pliant, and she met my kiss with an equal ferocity. This was not the slow, sensual dance of the throne room. This was a desperate, primal need that clawed at my insides. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. The bioluminescent light cast a soft, intimate glow over us, and for once I actually felt a sense of peace. The silence was a rare gift, and I savored it, listening to the steady beat of her heart against my chest. I ran my hand through her hair, and she nuzzled her head against my shoulder. We stayed there for a long time, not speaking, just existing in the quiet intimacy of our shared space. The world outside this small, glowing alley seemed to fall away, leaving just the two of us. The thought of returning to my cold, empty chambers, to the weight of my crown and the endless cycle of war and politics felt unbearable. I had never felt this before, this desperate need to hold on to a moment, to a person. It was a new and terrifying feeling, but not in a bad way. It was a vulnerability I had never experienced, a crack in the impenetrable armor I had worn for centuries. Reluctantly, I knew we had to go back. I sat up, pulling her with me, and we dressed in a silent, shared understanding. I helped her with her dress, my hands lingering on her skin for a moment longer than necessary. As we stood at the entrance to the alley, the glow of the wild spont behind us, I turned to her, my heart hammering in my chest. I had to ask her something, to bridge the gap between our worlds, to see if this shared moment meant as much to her as it did to me. "Would you show me your world tomorrow night?" I asked, my voice low and a little rough. "The one you spoke of? The one with shadows and secrets?" Her eyes, dark and fathomless, met mine. A slow, knowing smile spread across her lips, and in that moment, I knew I was in far deeper than I ever could have imagined.
Chapter 15. Rakia. I stammered at his request, my heart racing, and I could tell that he could sense it. Very well. Tomorrow, then?" The words felt clumsy on my tongue, as if I'd forgotten how to speak in his presence. He didn't answer right away, just tilted his head slightly, studying me the way one might examine a strange artifact. When his lips finally curved into that goddamn smirk of his, my stomach dropped. That expression was dangerous, and I knew it. It was the kind of look that promised mischief, but hinted at something darker beneath. I forced myself to take a deep breath, but it did little to steady me. My mind was already running ahead, trying to guess his intentions. Why did he want to see my world? Had he truly never been to the surface? Never walked beneath an open sky or breathed air that wasn't tinged with the damp metallic tang of the underground? It seemed impossible. He had power, influence, wings strong enough to carry him anywhere. Yet perhaps, in the centuries he had ruled down here, he had simply stopped looking outward. A king content with his cage. The surface is vast after all, too vast to explain to someone who had confined himself to stone walls and shadows for longer than I could imagine. If he was truly asking me to show him something of it, then I would choose carefully. That night, lying in the quiet of my small room, I sifted through memories of places I had loved. Sunlit valleys, wind-swept cliffs, silent groves where the only sound was the creak of old branches. But in the end, I settled on a ruin deep in the woods, a place far from human villages and prying eyes. It was overgrown and forgotten, hidden beneath a canopy so thick it felt like a secret whispered by the earth itself. I had found it years ago entirely by accident, stumbling on its cracked stone steps while hunting. Back then, I had thought it nothing more than an abandoned shrine. But in the stillness of its moss-choked halls, I had felt a kind of peace I rarely found anywhere else. The air there always smelled faintly of rain, even in summer. If he wanted to see my world, this was where I would take him. The following night, he came for me. No guards, no ceremony, just Quazzle in the doorway, his presence filling the room like a sudden change in air pressure. He didn't speak, simply offered me his arm. We took to the skies under the watch of a pale, sharp-edged moon. The underground city lay far behind us, before I even realised we had cleared its gates. Below, the forest stretched in a rippling black sea. I could feel the wind biting at my face, threading through my hair. He flew fast, but not recklessly, and I was surprised at how steady his grip was. We avoided the main paths and settlements, moving in wide arcs over valleys and ridges, until the treetops grew denser. From above, the ruins looked like nothing more than a cluster of darker shapes in the shadow of the forest. But as we descended through the canopy, the ground took shape beneath us. The old stone stairs, the collapsed archways, the pillars tangled with ivy. We landed lightly, and I stepped forward, the damp moss cold beneath my boots. "This," I said, "is where I'll start your tour." He glanced around, expression unreadable, but I could see the way his eyes traced each surface, lingering on the curve of a broken column, the intricate carvings half hidden under vines. The silence here was different from the silence of his halls, less suffocating, more alive. I told him the story of how I'd found it, embellishing a little for drama's sake, how I had followed a wounded stag through the trees, thinking I'd cornered my prey, only to find myself standing at the steps of something ancient. I described the way the moonlight had spilled across the floor that night, turning the cracked stone into silver. He listened, or rather, he watched me more than he listened. That was something I had noticed about him. He didn't just hear words, he measured them, studied the way you shaped them with your mouth, the shifts in your breathing between sentences. "This place," he said finally. "I remember places like this." The words caught me off guard. "You've been to the surface before?" He gave a short, humourless laugh. "A long time ago, before I knew the comfort of the dark." I wanted to ask what had driven him underground, but something in his tone warned me not to. Instead, I turned toward a low wall, brushing ivy aside to reveal an old engraving. The stone was worn smooth in places, but the shapes of intertwined creatures were still visible. "You've been gone too long then," I said lightly. "The surface remembers what you've forgotten." He glanced at me sharply, and I felt a rush of reckless boldness. "What's the matter, Kwazul?" "Afraid you might like it here?" The growl that rumbled from his chest was not the warning I half expected. It was lower, softer, as if the sound came from somewhere deep and unguarded. His gaze lingered on me a moment too long before he turned away, running his fingers over the rough stone. For a while, we walked the ruins together, my voice filling the gaps between our footsteps. I spoke of the seasons here, the way autumn light slanted gold through the trees, the hush of winter snow blanketing every surface. He didn't interrupt, didn't smirk, just took it in. When it was time to leave, we rose into the air again, the forest shrinking beneath us. The wind was colder now, carrying with it the faint scent of pine. I tried not to think about the fact that I was enjoying the flight more than I should have. Back at the city, I expected him to leave me at my door without a word, as he often did. But instead, when we landed, he didn't immediately let go of my hand. He looked down at me with that same intense, measuring gaze, and for a moment I thought he might speak. Instead, he lifted my hand to his lips and kissed it. His mouth was warm, his breath cool, and the gesture, old-fashioned and almost courtly, startled me more than any sharp word ever could. Then he released me, stepping back into the shadows. "Until next time," he said, and was gone before I could even respond. I stood in the doorway of my room for a long moment afterward, my heartbeat still uneven. Clearly it was just the flight, the rush of air, the adrenaline of showing him something I loved. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the whole truth, and I wasn't ready to name what it was.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Prathika are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Prathika's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 16. Quasul. Night was too far away. The hours crept like dying things, dragging their bodies through the dust just to spite me. I stalked my chambers, ignoring the soft knock of servants, the low hum of distant voices, the petitions stacked in neat piles on my desk. Court was scheduled for the evening, but I had already decided it would not happen. The nobles could prattle about border disputes and grain shipments another night. Tonight belonged to her. When the sun finally sank and the air cooled, I left without ceremony. I didn't want guards at my side or the council's eyes on my back. I met her outside the gates, where the torches didn't quite touch the darkness. She was there already, leaning against the low wall as if she had all the time in the world, as if I wasn't pacing the length of the sky in my mind just to reach her sooner. "You're early," she said, smiling as if it were a private joke. "You're late," I replied, though she wasn't. It earned me a raised brow, the faintest hint of amusement tugging at her lips. This time I didn't lead her toward the valley or the cliffs. I wanted distance, wanted to feel the wind tear through us, wanted to see the stars shift above a place that neither of us had stood before. I swept her into my arms and we rose in a rush of wings. The fortress fell away below us, shrinking to a collection of dull lights. We flew for miles, the land rippling beneath us in shades of silver and black. Fields gave way to forests, and forests to a wide, dark lake that reflected the stars in fractured brilliance. I circled once, savoring the sharp scent of water before angling toward the hills beyond. The night was perfect. Too perfect, perhaps. In hindsight, I should have noticed the stillness, the absence of night creatures. But my focus was on the sound of her heartbeat against my chest, the way her hair whipped around her face. I didn't sense the danger until it struck. The arrow came out of nowhere, a blur in the dark, a whisper of metal, a glint of silver, and then pain. It tore into my wing, silver-tipped and hissing with enchantment. The burn was immediate, searing through flesh and bone. My breath hitched, and the force of the blow jolted us both. "Quasul!" she cried, her voice breaking against the wind. I tried to keep altitude, to power through the agony, but the silver was already doing its work. My muscles shuddered. Every beat of my wings felt heavier, slower, less certain. I could feel us getting lower with every beat. "We're losing height," I growled, more to myself than to her, annoyed instead of angry. She clung tighter, her arms locked around my shoulders. Her scent was sharp with fear, and it cut through me worse than the arrow. I fought to hold us steady, but gravity was a patient predator, and it had already decided the outcome. The trees rose to meet us, dark spears of pine and oak rushing up from below. I aimed for a small clearing, hoping to spare her the brunt of the impact. We hit hard. The world lurched sideways, dirt and leaves exploding around us. Pain rippled through me in waves, but I fought hard to stay conscious long enough to twist, making sure she didn't take the full weight of the fall. When I rolled to the side, my wings screamed in protest, the arrowhead buried deep in the membrane. I wanted to rip it out, but the touch of silver made my claws tremble. My vision swam. "We have to move," she said, her voice urgent. She was already on her feet, scanning the trees. The moonlight caught the tension in her jaw, the determination in her eyes. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I wondered if she had any idea how absurd it was. Her, a mortal, thinking she could haul me anywhere. But she didn't hesitate. "There's something there, look." She pointed toward the faint outline of a shack at the edge of the clearing. The wood was warped, the roof sagging, but it was shelter. And dawn was creeping closer, pale threads of light beginning to tangle in the branches above. "You won't make it to the fortress before sunrise," she said. "Come on." I didn't argue. Not because she was right, though she was, but because speaking felt suddenly like too much effort. She ducked under my arm, bracing herself against my weight. My steps were heavy, uneven, but she matched them, her breath coming fast as she guided me across the clearing. The air grew colder as we neared the shack, the smell of old wood and damp earth thickening. Inside, it was dark and stale. The floorboards groaned under my weight as she maneuvered me toward the far corner. I sank to the shadows, swallowing most of my form. She knelt beside me, her hands hovering uncertainly near the arrow wound. "I can try to pull it out." "No." My voice was rough, more growl than speech. "Silver will burn you too." She frowned but didn't push the point. Instead, she found an old blanket from a collapsed cot and draped it over my shoulders. Her fingers brushed my neck as she did, and the contact sparked something in me, something warm and dangerous, even through the haze of pain. "You saved me," she said quietly. I almost laughed. "You dragged me in here." "I think that counts," but she shook her head. "If you hadn't turned in the fall, I'd be dead." I didn't respond. The truth was, I hadn't thought about it. My body had simply moved to protect hers, the same way it would shield my own heart from a blade. The realization made something coil tight in my chest. Outside, the light grew stronger, thin slivers seeping through the cracks in the shack's walls. I could feel it pressing against my skin even here, warning me to stay hidden. She sat beside me, her presence steady despite the chaos of the night. The forest was silent again, but I knew whoever had fired that arrow might still be near. They'd chosen their weapon well. Silver for pain, not death, which meant they wanted me alive. And that made me restless. I turned my head to look at her. Her hair was tangled, her face smudged with dirt, but her eyes were unyielding. Not afraid. Not anymore. "You should rest," she said. "You should keep watch," I countered. Her lips twitched like she wanted to argue, but she didn't. Instead, she shifted so she could face the door, her back pressed lightly against mine. The warmth of her there, so close, kept my thoughts sharp despite the ache in my wing. I didn't know who had targeted me, or if she had been the true mark all along. But I did know one thing. I wasn't letting go of her now. Not after tonight.
Chapter 17. Rakia. The fever took hold of him with a terrifying speed. His skin was slick with sweat, his body racked with shivers, and he thrashed against the makeshift bed, muttering in a language I didn't understand. It was a harsh, guttural tongue, filled with sharp consonants and long, drawn-out vowels that sounded like a lament. His words were a frantic jumble of commands and curses, and I felt a pang of helpless fear. This was not the all-powerful king I had come to know. This was a man, broken and vulnerable, teetering on the edge of darkness. He had been poisoned. The arrow had been a trap, laced with a substance that was slowly killing him. I had to do something, anything but what? I was a prisoner, a mere mortal in a land of monsters and magic. But I had my own secrets, my own power, and I knew I had to use it. With a trembling hand, I reached for the arrow, which was still lodged deep in his shoulder. He groaned as I touched it, his body arching in protest. "No," he rasped, his voice barely a whisper. "Don't." I ignored him. I couldn't stand by and watch him die. I gripped the shaft of the arrow, and with a sharp, decisive motion, pulled it out. A thick, dark liquid, smelling of decay, and something sickly sweet, oozed from the wound. He cried out, a sound of pure agony that tore at my heart. Now came the hard part. I couldn't just let the wound bleed. I had to cauterize it. I had to seal it with fire. My hands, which had always been so careful to hide my power, now moved with a desperate, practiced ease. I held them over the wound, and a small, flickering flame appeared in my palms. The fire, a part of me since I was a child, felt warm and alive, against the cold fear that gripped my heart. He saw the fire, and his eyes, wild with fever, widened in shock. His mouth opened in a silent gasp, but he was too weak to protest. I brought my hands closer, and the heat intensified, a wave of scorching air washing over his skin. He stiffened, bracing himself for the pain. I pressed the flame against the wound, and his body went rigid. The sound of sizzling flesh filled the air, and a scream was ripped from his throat, a sound of such profound agony that it chilled me to the bone. The pain was a necessary evil. It was the only way to save him. The smell of burnt flesh hung in the air, a grotesque but ultimately hopeful scent. I held the flame against the wound until the bleeding stopped, until the flesh was a dark, charred mess. I released the fire, and my hands, now empty, felt cold and useless. He was still, his body exhausted from the ordeal. But he was still breathing, his ragged breaths a testament to his strength. He was a Vrakan, a creature of immense power, but even he was not immune to a mortal poison. He was dying, slowly but surely, and I knew I had one thing left to do. I had to give him my blood. The thought was terrifying. My blood was a part of me, a part of my magic, and sharing it with him would be an act of profound intimacy, an irrevocable bond. But it was also the only way to save him. My blood, I knew, had healing properties. It could purge the poison from his system and give him the strength he needed to fight. I reached for a small, sharp knife on his bedside table, a ceremonial dagger with a hilt of carved bone. I pressed the cold metal to my wrist, my hands shaking. "I'm sorry," I whispered, "but this is the only way." I made a small incision, a single line of red on my pale skin. The blood welled up, a dark, rich crimson, and I held my wrist to his lips. "Drink," I commanded, my voice firm. He resisted. His head shook from side to side, and he turned his face away, his lips sealed in a grim line. "I won't," he rasped, his voice thick with defiance. "I won't take from you." "You have to," I insisted, pushing my wrist against his mouth. "You're dying, Quazzle." "Please." The poison was taking its toll. His body was convulsing, and his eyes rolled back in his head. The defiance was gone, replaced by a desperate, animalistic need. He was a king, a predator, but in that moment, he was nothing more than a creature in pain. He gave in. His mouth found my wrist, and his lips, surprisingly soft, began to drink. The sensation was strange and exhilarating. I felt a pull, a draining sensation, and a rush of power, a current of energy that flowed from me to him. He drank deeply, his body slowly relaxing, the shivers subsiding. The fever seemed to break, the heat radiating from his skin lessening with every drop he consumed. He pulled away, his lips and chin stained with my blood. He looked at me, his eyes now a clear, startling green, and a slow, primal realization dawned on his face. The shared heat of our bodies, born of fear and desperation, now turned to something else, something hot and hungry. He flipped me onto my back, his body pinning me to the bed. His eyes were no longer those of a sick man. They were the eyes of a predator, a hunter, and I was his prey. My blood had not just healed him, it had awakened something in him, something raw and ancient. "You have no idea what you've done," he growled, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. I didn't respond. I couldn't. My body was on fire and I was ready. I was willing. He kissed me then, a slow, intense, almost worshipful kiss.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, there guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. He licked blood from his chin. Worship requires sacrifice, does it not? But what am I sacrificing to be worshipped by a man like him?
Chapter 18. Quazzle. I woke to stillness, just the faint crackle of embers in the cold hearth and the even rhythm of her breathing. It startled me. This calm. My kind does not wake to peace. We wake to purpose, to the demands of power, to the ever-present threat of betrayal. I wake every morning to rule the council. But here, wrapped in the scent of smoke and skin, my heart was unburdened. I could not remember the last time I had slept so deeply. Centuries, perhaps. I tilted my head, becoming aware of the warmth pressed to my side. Rakia lay curled against me, her bare back fitting against my ribs as if she had always belonged there. Like she was my missing piece that I didn't even know I was missing. The sight and the realization hit me with a force sharper than any blade. She had saved my life. I turned carefully onto my side, ignoring the pull in my wounded wing. The pain was muted now, no longer the searing agony of yesterday, but a deep, dull ache. The silver tip of that arrow should have killed me. Yet here I was, breathing, thinking, watching her bare chest rise and fall. Why did you save me, little flame? The question gnawed at me. Was it pity? Strategy? Or something else she could not name? I studied her face in the thin, fractured light that seeped through the shack's boarded windows. She looked unguarded. Every sharp edge I'd seen in her was gone in sleep. Stubborn tilt of her chin, the spark in her eyes, hidden now beneath soft lashes. My fingers twitched with the urge to touch her. It had been there last night too, though I'd ignored it, fighting the heat coiling inside me. Now, alone with her in this fragile silence, I gave in. I brushed a lock of hair back behind her ear, letting my knuckles linger against her temple. She didn't stir. Instead, she pressed against her more, almost as if she was burrowing into my soul. I wanted to trace every line of her face, commit it to memory before the world took her from me, because the world always takes. My gaze drifted to the faint bruise at her collarbone. I hoped that it was really nothing more than a bruise. I couldn't stomach the idea of her breaking something because of me, likely from when she tried to drag my weight into this shack. The thought unsettled me. A mortal hauling me, through the forest. It should have been impossible, and yet she had done it. I lay there longer than I intended, just breathing her in, taking in her scent, for the shift of light told me dusk was creeping closer. Time to move. Time to leave this fragile refuge before it was burned away. When she stirred, I was already on my feet, shrugging on my tattered cloak. Up, I said quietly. My voice was gentler than I meant it to be. She blinked at me in the dim light, stretching like a cat before pulling on her clothes. We stepped into the cool evening, the forest draped in long shadows. The wound in my wing protested with every movement, but it was nothing I couldn't bear. She kept close beside me, her steps brisk at first, determined. But determination only goes so far. The terrain was rough, the undergrowth tangled, a hard walk for the most steady. Twice she stumbled, catching herself with a muttered curse. The third time I caught her wrist before she fell. "You'll wear yourself to the bone," I muttered. "I can walk," she insisted. I didn't give her the choice. In one smooth motion, I lifted her into my arms. She gave a sharp intake of breath, but didn't protest further. She weighed less than my armor, yet something about the feel of her there, against my chest, trusting me without saying it, made the walk heavier somehow. I had to keep her safe while she was so close to my heart. We reached the hidden gate beneath the cliffs just as the last edge of the sun bled away. The city tunnels yawned before us, familiar and cold. I'd always liked them, narrow stone veins carved into the heart of the mountain. Safe, defensible, mine. But tonight they felt exposed. We were barely halfway through the first passage when the echo of boots reached us. A dozen shadows detached from the walls, fanning out to block the way. My guards. Their leader's gaze flicked from me to the woman in my arms. I could see the conclusions forming, the judgment behind his eyes. "Lord Quazul," he said, bowing low but keeping his voice sharp. "We heard you were attacked. The council fears for your safety." "Clearly," I said, my tone colder than the stone underfoot. Two of them stepped forward. "She will come with us." Rakia stiffened but said nothing. I could feel her heartbeat quicken. "For questioning," the leader added, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. "There are whispers that she was involved, that the arrow was meant to weaken you." I felt my jaw clench. Every muscle in me coiled, ready to strike, to tear down any who dared accuse her. But I said nothing. My silence was not mercy. It was strategy. A poorly timed defense could do more damage than their suspicion ever would. She looked at me then, her eyes searching mine for something. An answer, a promise, anything. I gave her nothing but a hard, unreadable stare. The guards took her from my arms, their grip firm but not brutal. I let them, for now. But inside, the fire was already building. She was meant to stay with me. I turned away before they could see it, before my fangs bared and my wings unfurled. Let them believe I was unmoved. Let them think I would let this go. Let them believe that I wasn't going to fight them. They would learn soon enough how wrong they were. If she is mine, I thought, then let the world burn around her, and I will light the match myself.
Chapter 19. Rakia. My head nearly slammed against the cold stone floor as the elders shoved me inside. My palms scraped across rough, gritty rock as I caught myself, but the shock still jolted through my bones. The chamber was dim, lit by only a few wall sconces, whose flames threw long, menacing shadows across the ancient carvings in the walls. A shiver snaked up my spine as I took in the room. 3 figures stood at the far end of the room, cloaked in deep crimson and black, faces pale as bone beneath their hoods. Their eyes glimmered like shards of obsidian, each gaze heavy with the weight of centuries. I straightened slowly, refusing to let them see me on my knees, even if my knees were weak and standing seemed hard. "What have you done to him?" the eldest in the middle demanded, his voice sharp enough to draw blood. "You've tricked him," snarled the one on the right, her fangs just barely visible between her lips. "Twisted him into paying attention to you." The way she said you made it sound like filth in her mouth. I blinked at them, bewildered. What in the world were they talking about? "If you're talking about Quazul, then you've got it all wrong." My voice echoed in the chamber, stronger than I felt. "He was attacked. I helped him." "Helped?" the left elder scoffed, stepping forward with the slow, predatory grace of someone who enjoyed intimidation. "You think we're fools? No outsider stirs the interest of a Vraken lord unless there is interference." I clenched my fists at my sides. "You mean magic?" "Then yes. I used magic to keep him alive." "That's it." The right elder's lips curled. "And what did you take in return?" "Power, protection, perhaps the thrill of controlling him like a puppet." "I didn't take anything." My voice rose without my permission, the sound rebounding off the high, arched ceiling. "Do you even care that your lord would be dead without me?" The center elder leaned forward, eyes narrowing until I thought they might pierce straight through me. What we care about is the balance within this coven. And you. He gestured toward me with a single bony finger. You are a disruption. An infection. My jaw tightened. So you'd rather kill me than admit your lord owes a debt to an outsider? His lip curled into something between a sneer and a smile. You mistake this for a debate, child. You are here to be judged. One of them began pacing, her boots clicking against the stone. She is dangerous. Already, he allows her privileges, better food, a private room. She will erode his discipline, his loyalty to us, to me. The elder on the left gave a curt nod. I say we remove the temptation before it poisons him further. The words landed like stones in my gut. I knew exactly what remove meant, but I refused to let them see fear on my face. Do it then, I said, voice steady despite the rapid beat of my heart. If you think killing me will make him the same man he was before, you're wrong. He's seen something beyond your endless walls now. You can't unmake that. The center elder's eyes narrowed further. Still you dare speak to us so? The right elder stepped closer until I could smell the metallic tang of old blood on her breath. Perhaps we should end this now, before she infects him with more of her insolence. For a moment, silence filled the room, so deep I could hear the faint drip of water somewhere in the distance. My breath was loud in my ears. Then the left elder, the one who had been the quietest until now, tilted his head. I am not convinced she lies, he said at last, his voice low but firm. If she meant him harm, she had her chance when he was wounded. Instead, she healed him, at great cost to herself, from what I hear. The others turned to glare at him, but he didn't flinch. I say she is dangerous, yes, but not in the way you think, and killing her now might agitate our Lord in ways that would harm us more than help. The right elder hissed, but the center lifted a hand for silence. Your opinion is noted. My fingers curled tighter. I wasn't going to thank him, not when he'd still just called me dangerous, but I silently appreciated the sliver of reprieve. Unfortunately, it didn't last. The center elder's gaze returned to me. Regardless of your intent, your presence is disruptive. This cannot continue unchecked. I met his stare, refusing to blink. And what exactly do you propose? Lock me away forever? Starve me until I'm less disruptive? You're already halfway there. The right elder smirked, leaning toward the center. Perhaps an execution will send the clearer message. Enough. The center's voice dropped, cold and absolute. We will decide now. The air in the room seemed to tighten, pressing against my skin. My throat felt dry, but I refused to lick my lips, refused to give them any sign of weakness. My pride was the only shield I had left. I heard the faint rustle of robes as they shifted, preparing to pronounce whatever sentence they had agreed upon. I braced myself for the worst, trying not to picture the method, only knowing it would be slow. The doors slammed open so violently that the sound cracked like thunder. A gust of air rushed through the chamber, scattering dust and making the flames in the sconce's gutter. Quazul strode inside, his steps loud and deliberate on the stone. His eyes, those molten, impossible eyes, burned brighter than I had ever seen them. Every muscle in his body was taut, a restrained violence radiating off him like heat from a forge. The elders stiffened, their expressions flickering between surprise and irritation. What? Quazul said, his voice deep enough to shake the walls. Is the meaning of this?
Chapter 20. Quazul. The chamber was carved from black stone, polished smooth by centuries of use. Every shadow clung too tightly to the walls, and the cold air seemed to hum with the weight of judgment. I stood at the center, my boots planted on the inlaid sigil of our house. wings half spread in silent challenge. Around me, the council ringed the dais, their faces lit in harsh relief by the fire pit at the room's heart. They had already spoken. Accusations had been flung in polite tones, veiled in tradition and honeyed with protocol. None of it mattered. I didn't wait for their permission to speak. "She is under my protection," I said, my voice carrying easily to the high arched ceiling. "She is mine. My personal feeder." The word struck the chamber like a thrown blade. The first council member, the oldest of them all, leaned forward on her carved throne. "You cannot be serious," she hissed. "A mortal? This one, she has already been accused of—" "Accused," I cut in, "but not proven guilty." My gaze swept across them all. "And under ancient law, a feeder claimed by one of my rank cannot be touched. Do you dispute this?" A ripple of discomfort passed through the room. Delicious. No one did. They couldn't. No one dared to dispute my word. The law was older than any of them, carved into the very foundation stones of this hall. Breaking it would fracture the council's authority, and they knew it. Another counselor tapped long fingers against the arm of his chair. "You would bind yourself to a human for no reason but spite?" I smiled without humor. "Do you think I'm so petty? She saved my life. Without her, I'd be dead in the forest. That is reason enough. I fought my desire to bear my fangs." A small growl punctuated my words. That silenced him. Fool to try to talk against me. "This is my council, my kingdom, and most importantly, my little flame." Murmurs rose among the others, but none dared speak over me again. I let the quiet stretch, enjoying the way it pressed against them, the way they shrank into themselves as the silence drug on. "Then it is settled," I said at last. "Rakia belongs to me. Harm her, and you answer to me." My last words were louder, sharper, and more definite than before. The fire snapped sharply as though in agreement. The heat filled the room with the blaze. "FCD." I turned on my heel, cloak flaring, and strode from the chamber before they could gather the courage to object further. They had placed her in one of the side rooms, technically a guest cell, but the narrow cot and barred window stripped away any pretense of hospitality. This was far from the quarters she deserved. Even then, I thought she needed more. She deserved luxury. She was on her feet when I entered, arms wrapped tight around herself. Her hair hung in loose tangles, and her eyes burned with a mix of fear and fury. "Oh, my dear little flame." "You're safe," I told her. I'd done what I could, the only thing I could. Her laugh was short and bitter. "Safe? You just claim me like I'm a piece of jewelry you can wear to spite your enemies." I closed the door behind me, the latch clicking into place. "It was the only way to keep them from tearing you apart." She shook her head. "No. It was the easiest way for you. The one that didn't require you to trust me or let me stand on my own." "You don't understand how they work," I said, stepping closer. "The council only respects possession. Not appeals, not arguments. Possession. It is their language, and I speak it better than any of them." Her voice rose. "I am not your possession!" I could sense her heartbeat picking up in anger. The words hit harder than I expected. I had heard mortals shout defiance before, but hers carried something sharper, something that cut beneath the armor I had worn for centuries. "I gave you protection," I said, quieter now, but no less intense. She lifted her chin. "And I'm telling you I want a choice. A choice." The word settled in my chest like a weight. I could give her a room, food, safety, but choice. That was dangerous. Choice meant she could walk away. I took another step, close enough now to see the rapid pulse at her throat. "If I gave you that choice, would you stay?" She looked at me for a long time, unblinking. "I don't know, but at least it would be mine." I should have turned away then. I should have let her think me cold, detached, unshakable. Instead, I heard myself speak. like I was no longer able to control all of my own actions. I heard my words fall out of my mouth. I can't stand the idea of losing you. The truth of it startled me more than it did her. My kind do not admit to fear, not of death, not of loss. But the thought of her gone, swallowed by the Council's cruelty or vanishing into the human world, hollowed something inside me. Her expression softened, but only slightly. Then stop pretending I'm temporary. My very soul clenched at that utterance. Those words that were so fragile from a woman so goddamn strong. The room seemed to hold its breath. I didn't answer, because I could not promise her permanence. Not when the Council watched for my every weakness. Not when the centuries ahead would demand choices she might never accept. Her gaze searched mine, waiting, perhaps hoping for something I could not give. She was looking for something I didn't know about just yet. In the silence, I realized how dangerous she truly was, not because of what she had done, but because of what she was making me feel. My little flame who was starting a fire within me.
Chapter 21. Rakia. I woke to the smell of breakfast, not the thin, watery rations I'd been given in the early days of captivity, but something far richer, warm bacon, savoury and crisp, tangled with the faint sweetness of honeyed bread. My stomach growled before I even opened my eyes. For a long moment, I lay still beneath the blankets, letting the scent curl around me like an invisible hand coaxing me awake. It was dangerous, this kind of comfort. In my experience, nothing this good came without a cost, and the better it was, the higher the price. When I finally pushed myself upright, the reality of the room settled over me. It wasn't the damp stone of a cell, nor the narrow cot in my old quarters. This was larger, warmer, its walls draped in deep wine-red curtains that softened the ever-burning sconces. The bed was thick with blankets, the air scented faintly with beeswax and cedar. On a small table near the window sat a tray, steam still curling from the dishes. A robe I didn't remember owning was draped neatly over a nearby chair, deep blue with subtle embroidery along the cuffs. I hesitated only a moment before slipping it over my bedclothes, the fabric brushing my skin in a way that felt almost stolen, like I had no right to it. I had just reached for the plate when the door opened without warning. Kwazul stepped inside, his expression unreadable, but softer than usual. It wasn't the calculated stillness he wore when deciding the fate of a rival, nor the sly, half-amused smirk he favoured when toying with me. This was different, almost pleased, as though he'd already decided the day was his. "I hope the new room suits you," he said, and there was something in his tone, something near to a purr, that made the hairs on my neck rise. "It's comfortable," I answered, careful with my words. My fingers tightened around the edge of the plate before I forced myself to take a bite. The food was perfect, flavours so vivid I almost hated them for how much I enjoyed them. While I ate, he stepped further in, and with a subtle flick of his hand, 2 of his attendants entered behind him. They carried something tall and heavy, draped in a cloth. Without a word, they set it against the wall and left as quietly as they'd come. "A gift," Kwazul said simply, watching me. I approached it slowly, tugging the cloth free. A wardrobe stood before me, its surface polished to a mirror sheen, the wood inlaid with subtle shifting patterns that caught the light when I moved. I pulled open the doors and froze. Silks in colours I had never worn, soft leather tunics, sturdy travel gear in muted shades, layer upon layer of clothing, each one exactly my size. The scent of clean linen and new dye rose up in a warm wave. "Your choice," he said, voice low. I reached out, running my hands along the fabrics, silk that slid like water through my fingers, leather that held warmth and shape in equal measure, wool with a faint, reassuring scratch. The sheer variety left me unsteady. I wasn't used to having choices, especially not ones like this. When I turned, he was closer than I'd realised. His shadow fell over mine, and before I could speak, he leaned in and pressed a brief kiss to my cheek. It wasn't lingering, not quite tender, but it wasn't dismissive either. Then he was gone, striding away with the quiet grace of someone who never feared being followed. I stood there for a long time, the air where his lips had touched me cooling against my skin. The next day, more arrived. Not clothes this time, but furniture. An armchair positioned near the hearth, a low table for reading or writing, shelves against the far wall. The day after that, books began to appear. Then art supplies, parchment thick enough to drink ink without bleeding, brushes with bristles so fine they caught even the smallest detail, sticks of charcoal blacker than shadows. The gifts were strange. Not impersonal in the way an enemy might send you a blade meant to be both threat and warning. Not romantic in the way of flowers, jewels, or other obvious claims. These were practical, but thoughtful. Things I'd mentioned in passing, or items I'd lingered over once in a market years ago, unable to afford. And he never asked for anything in return. That, more than anything, unbalanced me. I had never been given comfort without the weight of an expectation behind it. In my old life, every kindness had been a bargain. Here, in this underground city where I had once been chained, I couldn't quite decide if this was generosity or another kind of trap. One afternoon, I sat at the table with a stick of charcoal in hand, the paper blank before me. My fingers smudged dark as the shapes began to emerge almost on their own. Sharpened cheekbones, a cruel mouth, eyes that burned even from the page. I made him into the monster the stories whispered about, the predator lurking in the dark. When I was done, I stared at it for a long while, my pulse a little too quick. Then I slipped it into the drawer of my desk instead of destroying it. I told myself it was because I might use the paper again. That was a lie. That evening, I found myself standing at the threshold of his rooms before I could think better of it. He was seated at a table, bent over parchment and ink, the light casting shadows along his jaw. When he looked up, I spoke before my courage could falter. "Thank you," I said. One brow rose. "For?" "The gifts. All of them." His gaze lingered on me, assessing, weighing. Then he leaned back in his chair, the faint creak loud in the quiet room. "You earned it," he said, as though that were enough explanation. Something in me didn't know whether to feel relieved or to be far more afraid.
Chapter 22. Quazzle. The fire between us burned low, its light trembling against the stone walls. Shadows shifted across Rakia's face, softening the sharp set of her jaw. She sat cross-legged, one hand idly tracing the seam of her boot, but her eyes never left me. She wanted the truth. She deserved to know the truth about me. I hadn't told any more of my truth in centuries. It created a pit in my stomach. I let out a slow breath. It was during the Age of Split Thrones. You've read of it, I assume? She nodded faintly, though I suspected most of what she knew was legend. The kind mortals tell themselves to make old wars sound heroic. I was different then. Younger. Still foolish enough to think loyalty was an unbreakable thing. I stared into the coals as I spoke, because if I looked at her, I might lose the words. We were defending the eastern borders. I was serving under a commander I trusted with my life. We'd fought side by side for years. Then I stopped, swallowing the memory before it could tighten my throat. Then the ambush came. I allowed the silence to stretch out so my voice wouldn't crack. The heat of the fire blurred into the remembered heat of that day. The metallic stink of blood, the shouting, the sudden press of enemies too close to fend off. They didn't kill me, I said. They pinned me. And my commander, the one I trusted, stepped forward. I thought he'd come to save me. Instead, my hands turned into fists against my knees. He turned me. Her brow furrowed, and I could see the question forming. Why? But she didn't speak. I went on. He said it was to preserve knowledge, that the war would need survivors who remembered the truth. Immortality was his gift, his burden to pass on. I gave a hollow laugh. I hadn't asked for it. I hadn't wanted it, but the choice wasn't mine. The silence between us grew heavy. My voice felt scraped raw, but I forced the rest out. The pain, you can't imagine. It's like your own body tearing itself apart from the inside, every cell remade against its will. The blood in your veins burns until it's gone, replaced by something colder. And when it was over, I glanced at her just briefly. The sun was gone, forever. I could see it. I could feel its light. But to touch it, I shook my head. What came next was worse. My throat tightened, but I pushed through. My eyes started to burn. The hunger. It was an animal thing, deafening in its demand. They gave me a prisoner, mortal, young, terrified. Rakia's fingers stilled on her boot. I didn't want to, I said. I told myself I wouldn't. But the hunger doesn't bargain. I fed, and when it was over, I saw their eyes, still open, still full of fear. That look has never left me. The fire cracked softly. I forced myself to meet her gaze then, to let her see what I'd never admitted aloud. It wasn't the power I wanted. It wasn't even survival. It was an escape. From the war, from hunger, from myself. But there's no escaping what you become. She didn't speak for a long moment. Then, almost cautiously, she said, "You've been carrying that for... how long?" Too long. My heart was lighter somehow, as if I needed to share that story with her. My little flame. Her eyes searched mine, and then something in her shifted. She sat back, her shoulders loosening, as though my confession had pulled something open in her too. She took a deep breath similar to my breath before my story. "There was a fire," she began, her voice low. "It was late. Midwinter. I'd been out, not far, just to fetch something from a neighbor. I remember thinking how the air felt like ice in my lungs, and that's when I smelled it." She swallowed. "Smoke. Not wood smoke. Thicker, heavier. The kind that tells you something's wrong before you even see it." I stayed still, letting her speak. "I ran. I remember my feet slipping on the frost, and when I reached the house..." Her voice faltered, and she closed her eyes. "It was already gone. The roof was caving in. The door was... there was no getting through. I could hear them inside, screaming. Her hands trembled in her lap. I wanted to take them, but I didn't move. "I tried," she said, almost fiercely. "Gods, I tried." I burned my hands on the frame. And then the beam fell. Her breath shook, catching on the words. After that, there was nothing left to save. The fire popped, sending a small spray of embers into the air. She kept her gaze on the floor, her voice barely above a whisper. When I woke the next morning, I could still smell it. In my clothes, my hair, my skin. That smell. She broke off, pressing a hand to her mouth. I leaned forward then, slowly, and let my fingers brush her jaw. Just enough to anchor her here now, away from that night. Her skin was warm, her pulse quick under my touch. She didn't pull away. We stayed like that for a moment. No words, no movement beyond the faint rise and fall of her breathing. I didn't kiss her. Not because I didn't want to, but because this wasn't about want. This was about something rarer. The fragile recognition between two people who had survived things that had stripped them down to nothing. Her eyes met mine again, still damp but steady now. There was no judgment there, no pity, only understanding. We sat together in the flickering half-light, the fire shrinking to embers. Neither of us reached for more words. We didn't need them. The quiet between us wasn't empty. It was the space survivors made, a fragile peace built on shared scars. And for once, I didn't feel entirely alone.
Chapter 23. Rakia. The chamber was unlike anywhere else in the fortress. It was carved from smooth black stone, the walls and vaulted ceiling covered in patches of starlight moss that glowed in shades of gold and pale blue. The light wasn't bright enough to banish shadow, only enough to make the air seem touched by moonlight. The long table at the centre was set for two, the polished wood glinting like water under the moss's glow. Kwazul had arranged it all. When I stepped inside, I was already wearing the dress I'd chosen myself, if chosen was the right word. His servants had brought me 6 gowns earlier that evening, each more daring than the last. I had taken the sheer one almost without thinking, black as midnight, the fabric soft as breath, falling in thin folds that revealed more than they concealed. It clung at the hips, dipped low at the back, and left my shoulders bare. I told myself I picked it because it was comfortable. That was a lie. Kwazul looked up when I entered, and the satisfaction in his gaze made my heart stutter in my chest. He didn't speak at first. He simply let his eyes travel over me slowly, lingering like a touch. "You've outdone yourself," he said at last, his voice low and rich, and motioned for me to sit across from him. The table was already heavy with plates of food, unlike anything I'd seen before. Exotic fruits with skins like jewel-toned scales, slices of meat roasted with herbs I couldn't name, small bowls of sauces that shimmered faintly in the light. The air was warm with spice and the faint, wild sweetness of overripe fruit. He poured himself a drink from a slender crystal decanter into a goblet of dark metal. The liquid inside caught the light in deep garnet glimmers. He offered me a piece of fruit first, carved into neat wedges. I let him place it in my hand, the skin cool against my fingers, the flesh inside bursting sweet and sharp on my tongue. He asked about my travels before my capture, and I found myself telling him stories I had never shared with him before. The market city in the desert where music played all night, the salt spray cliffs where I'd climbed down just to see the glowing plankton crash against the rocks. He listened without interruption, his eyes fixed on me as though I were the only living thing in the room. When he laughed, it wasn't mocking. When he smiled, it was warm in a way that felt dangerous. For a little while, I let myself believe this was just a meal, not a game, not a transaction. I felt almost like a queen at court, every luxury laid at my feet, my every word treasured. It was only when my gaze fell again to the goblet in his hand that something inside me twisted. It wasn't wine. I knew that now, had always known, perhaps, but never let myself dwell on it. The scent was too rich, too metallic. Blood. But not mine. I'd felt his fangs before. I'd seen the way he looked at me when hunger was close. Yet now, he drank without so much as a glance toward my throat. The words slipped out before I could stop them. "Why don't you drink from me anymore?" He paused mid-sip. For a heartbeat, I thought he might laugh it off. But something in my tone must have stopped him. His gaze cooled, shuttered. "Does it matter?" he asked lightly, setting the goblet down. It mattered more than I could explain. The thought rose like bile. Was the blood in that cup from another feeder? Another woman? Someone who had replaced me without my even knowing? My stomach clenched, the food and fruit suddenly tasting of nothing. I tried to keep my voice steady, but the words came out sharp. "It does to me." He leaned back in his chair, watching me as if weighing the worth of an answer. Then, instead of speaking, he reached for the goblet again. Something inside me snapped. Before he could bring it to his lips, I stood, rounded the table, and snatched it from his hand. The metal was still warm from his grip. Without thinking, I hurled it across the room. It struck the far wall with a dull clang, blood spilling in an arc before sliding down the stone in slow, syrupy rivulets. The room was silent, but for the faint drip of it hitting the floor. His brows rose in mild surprise, but there was no anger in his eyes, only a glimmer of amusement, sharp and knowing. He moved so quickly I barely had time to step back before his hand closed around my waist. In one smooth motion, he drew me down into his lap, the chair creaking under our combined weight. I felt the strength in his arms, the way his fingers splayed against the curve of my hip. "Are you jealous, darling?" he murmured, his breath brushing my ear. I stiffened. "No." He chuckled, the sound low in his chest. "You are." "I'm not," I said again, but even I could hear the strain in my voice. His hand came up to cradle the back of my neck, thumb stroking slowly over the tense line of muscle there. His other hand held me firmly in place, as though daring me to try and rise. "Then let me ease your mind," he said. "I swear to you." His lips grazed my skin, feather light. "I will never drink from another woman again." I shivered as his mouth moved lower, the heat of his breath ghosting along my collarbone. His fangs brushed my neck, not piercing, just a teasing scrape that sent a shock through my chest. I could feel the thrum of my own pulse under his mouth, a rush of heat pooling low in my body despite my better judgment. He lingered there, just enough pressure to make me tilt my head back without realizing it. The moss light cast us both in shadow, and in that moment, it was impossible to remember that I had come into this room suspicious and angry. His voice was a whisper against my skin. "Shall I prove it to you?" My breath caught, and I realized that whatever game we were playing, I was already far too deep inside it to pull away. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 24. Kwazul. My hand found the back of Rakia's neck, drawing her toward me with an ease that belied the maelstrom inside me. Her scent was intoxicating, warmer now that she was so close, and I let my fangs just brush against her skin. Just a taste, teasing, taunting, enough to make her shiver against me. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
I reached up, tucking a strand of her unruly curls behind her ear. I swear, yours is the only blood I desire. I met her gaze, letting her glimpse the truth in the statement. Inwardly, I noted how her presence altered the coven's icy halls into a place of warmth and possibility. Her lips quirked, but she remained silent, the relief in her eyes speaking louder than words. A moment later, she rolled off me, grabbing the remnants of her dress, now a shadow of its former elegance, and my discarded tunic. Dressing without a hint of shame, Rakia tossed the fabric over her shoulder. "You owe me a new outfit," she quipped, slipping into her silk. It's a small price. I straightened my attire, easy laughter threading through my voice. Resuming the facade of regal power slipped on as effortlessly as the tunic. After finishing dinner and leaving the thought of other feeders far behind, I gestured toward the chamber's exit. Fingers brushed between us, an accidental collision that lingered, neither of us pulling away as we walked the dimly lit halls. The silence that stretched was rich, textured by unspoken words and mutual acknowledgement of what passed between us moments ago. Outside her door, the shadows curled around us like a cloak. I drew her to me, letting our closeness weave a brief goodbye into a lingering kiss. Passionate, claiming, it was a promise more actual than spoken vows. She pulled back, breathless, gaze sparkling with the mischief that constantly kept my regal dourness at bay. "Until morning, then," she said softly, voice like velvet caressing the tension away. I didn't need to remind her I'd keep that promise, and beyond. I let go, watching as she slipped gracefully into her room, her presence leaving the air charged, the warmth lingering in my senses. I stood there a moment longer, listening to her heartbeat diminish behind the door. In our world of eternal night and stone, there was something rare in the vulnerability she allowed me, or that I permitted myself in her company. A quiet peace wrapped around me as I turned away, anticipation for the morrow sparking under my skin.
Chapter 25. HEA. The air in my chamber was cool, but my skin felt too hot. Even alone, I could feel it. That pull between us. Invisible. Unbreakable. Quasil's presence had settled into me like a drug, and the more I had, the more I craved. It was dangerous, that connection. Addictive in a way I didn't know how to fight. I lay in bed on my side, watching the silver-blue wash of moonlight spill across the stone floor. My mind wouldn't quiet. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him. The way his gaze lingered like he was memorizing me. The way his voice wrapped around my name like velvet. The strange heat in his touch. And the drinking. Gods help me, I couldn't stop thinking about it. It should have been awful. A predator's teeth in my flesh, my blood leaving my body. That was what I'd been taught to expect from his kind. But with Quasil, it was different. It was heat curling under my skin, my pulse racing, my body going weightless as if I'd been untethered from myself. I should have hated it. I didn't. Why did it feel so good? Why did I want it again? Why did it make me feel the way it did? I pulled the blanket tighter around me, as if I could smother the thoughts. All it did was make me think more about him. What would happen if I stopped resisting and let myself fall for him completely? No walls, no distance. Just surrender. The idea both thrilled and terrified me. More importantly, it excited me. It sat like molten iron in my stomach, spreading heat through me until my face burned with shame at my own thoughts. I rolled over, exhaling hard, telling myself to sleep before I lost the will to think straight. My eyes closed and slowly, the heaviness of exhaustion pulled me under. I think I dreamt of him, of what he could do to me, of how he made me feel. I don't know how long I slept before the sound woke me. A faint shift in the air, the almost silent creak of weight pressing against the floor. My eyes blinked open to darkness. At first I thought I was imagining it. Then a shadow moved. Before I could speak, hands, rough, unyielding, closed around my wrists and shoved me flat into the mattress. My breath caught, my muscles jerking instinctively, but another set of hands clamped around my ankles, pinning me in place. "What?" The word came out sharp and panicked, close to a shriek. Moonlight slanted across two faces leaning over me, both Vraken, not Quasil. These men were strangers, their eyes cold and predatory. One bent close, his breath sour against my cheek. "We've been wondering what's so special about you," he murmured. "Why does he keep you all to himself?" The other's grip tightened on my arms until my fingers tingled. We want to see for ourselves. What's so great about your blood? And maybe your body too. My heart slammed against my ribs. Let me go! I kicked, twisting violently, but their weight was crushing. My breathing came short and fast, panic clawing at my throat. The one at my feet gave a low, amused laugh, pressing his knee into the bed between mine to hold me still. The one above me only smiled, slow and cruel. Fabric tore. My nightgown split open at the seam, cool air hitting my skin like ice. Gooseflesh covered my body right away. No! I screamed, thrashing. My nails raked across one man's cheek, hot blood slicking my fingers, but he only growled and shoved me back down, my head striking the pillow hard. Feisty, he sneered. No wonder he's hooked. Terror swallowed me whole. My mind scattered, every thought dissolving under the sharp weight of panic. I tried to find my magic, to pull on the spark inside me, but fear tangled it useless in my chest. The man at my feet shifted again, forcing my knees wider. I kicked with everything I had, catching his ribs. He grunted but didn't loosen his hold. Hold still, the one near my face hissed, his fangs flashing in the dim light. We'll make it quick. My scream tore through the room, bouncing off the stone walls. Somewhere deep in my gut, I prayed Quazzle could hear me. I needed him to hear me. The man at my ankles lowered himself, his breath dragging over my thigh. A fresh wave of panic surged through me, choking the air in my lungs. A sound like thunder cracked through the chamber. The temperature in the room spiked. The air shimmered with heat, and that's when the smell hit me, sharp and acrid. Smoke. Something massive fell from above, engulfed in fire, and slammed into the head of the man crouched beside me. The burning beam knocked him to the floor with a sickening thud, pinning him. His screams filled the chamber as flames licked up his body, devouring him. I sat frozen, my pulse roaring in my ears, unable to look away as the second Vracken's face twisted in horror. The heat from the fire washed over us both. His clothes caught almost instantly, flames racing up his legs. "Wretch, what have you done to me?" he screamed, clawing at his burning flesh. I scrambled backward, my back hitting the cold stone wall. My chest heaved, the scent of scorched skin thick in the air. My hands trembled so badly I could barely push my shredded nightgown closed. The first man was still pinned, thrashing under the weight of the burning beam. The firelight turned his skin a blistering red, then black. His screams broke into a wet, gurgling sound. The second stumbled toward the door, still shrieking, but the flames were too fast. His legs gave out, and he collapsed in a smoking heap. The scent, God's the scent, was unbearable. Burning flesh, singed hair, the sharp tang of Vracken blood. It coated my tongue, clung to my nostrils, made my stomach churn. I pressed a hand to my mouth, my entire body shaking. My ears rang with the aftershock of my own screams and theirs. The fire crackled, eating away at what was left of them. Shadows leapt across the chamber walls, the orange light flickering over my skin. I didn't know if it was some latent magic of mine or if Quazzle had somehow reached me in time without me seeing him. All I knew was that they were gone, burned away before they could touch me again. But even as relief tried to break through the fog in my mind, something inside me stayed wound tight, still listening for footsteps in the dark. Because part of me knew this wasn't over.
Chapter 26. Quazzle. I woke up with a jolt. Not to sound, not to light, just a sudden knowing. That bone-deep, marrow-aching certainty that something is wrong. Predators get it. Survivors, too. It's the sense that somewhere, something precious to you is about to be taken. I was on my feet before my mind could catch up, pulling on nothing but the loose shirt I'd collapsed in hours before. The tunnels were cold under my bare feet. the air sharp with the faint scent of stone dust and the minerals that forever bled from these walls. None of it masked the quickening in my blood. I moved fast, faster than the torchlight could follow, my shadow flickering madly along the curving stone. The first guard I passed startled, eyes widening. "My lord," he called after me. I didn't answer. A second guard stepped in my path further down. "Is something—" I brushed past him hard enough to make him stumble. Words would only slow me down. The urgency in my chest had sharpened into a claw, dragging me forward. Her hallway was quiet at first. Suddenly a scream, high, raw, mortal. It punched the air from my lungs. I broke into a run. Another scream, followed by the deep crackle of flame. And then I smelled it. Smoke. Not the hearth kind. Not the lazy burn of candle wax, but the aggressive, hungry kind. Fire with purpose. By the time I reached her door, orange light was already licking the seam at the bottom, spilling into the corridor. The wood hissed and spat as the fire ate it from the other side. "Rakia!" I shouted, but there was no answer. I didn't think. My shoulder slammed into the door once, twice, until the lock splintered and the heat burst out at me like an animal freed from a cage. Inside, the world was on fire. The bed was gone, reduced to a skeletal frame of blackened metal. Her silks were ash drifting on the heated air. The wooden chest at the foot of her bed collapsed in on itself, embers glowing in the ruin. The air was thick enough to choke on, every breath tasting of char and bitterness. And the bodies. There were 3, 4 maybe. It was hard to tell under the blackened armor, under the curling, shrunken skin. Their weapons had melted into grotesque shapes, useless now. The fire hadn't been random. It had been aimed. But in the center of it all, where the floor was scorched into a perfect circle, stood Rakia. My little flame, in the middle of a fire, untouched. Her hair clung damp to her face, her eyes wide and unblinking. Her clothes weren't singed. Not a single blister marred her skin. She stood trembling, barefoot in a scorched ring, like some ancient priestess who just stepped out of a ritual. I crossed the room in 2 strides, ignoring the way the heat clawed at my skin. "Rakia," I said, trying to sound calm, but my voice betrayed me, low and sharp. Her gaze found me, but she didn't speak. I reached for her arm. She flinched, though I wasn't sure if it was from me or from whatever she'd just been through. Her skin was cool. Too cool. "What happened?" I demanded, scanning the wreckage again. Whoever had done this was already gone. Her lips parted, but no words came. She swallowed hard. "They came in while I was sleeping." The way she said it, flat, detached, made my stomach knot. "They tried to grab me." One of them covered my mouth. I kicked, bit. Didn't matter. They were too strong. And then, her eyes unfocused, darting to the floor at her feet. Then it got hot. So hot I couldn't breathe. And they... She cut herself off, pressing a trembling hand to her temple. The flames were everywhere, but they didn't touch me. I didn't need the pause in her voice to know the truth. She hadn't lit that fire on purpose. And yet here she stood untouched while everything else had burned. The circle, the precision of it, the absolute devastation beyond its edge. Something ancient stirred in my memory, old whispers of mortals who carried within them a spark not of magic as we understood it, but of destruction itself. Most burned out in childhood, unable to control the power. Few lived to adulthood. Those who did. I pushed the thought aside. I wasn't about to reduce her to some old myth. "You're safe now," I said, though I knew the words were worth nothing unless I made them true. Her gaze flicked to the bodies, her breath quickening. "Safe? Look at them. Her voice broke, just for a heartbeat. "I didn't mean to." I caught her face in my hands before she could spiral further. "You defended yourself. You survived. That is not a sin." Her eyes searched mine like she wanted to believe me, but couldn't. Behind us, the guards had finally caught up. 2 of them stood in the doorway, frozen in place, their expressions a mixture of fear and awe. "Clear the hall," I snapped without looking at them, "and fetch water for the floors. No one speaks of this outside this room." They hesitated, and I let a growl curl into my voice. That got them moving. When we were alone again, I guided her toward the far wall, away from the worst of the heat. She moved like someone walking through a dream, her steps too light, her eyes still darting as though she half expected the walls to collapse. Her knees gave out halfway, and I caught her. For a moment she stayed against me, her forehead pressed to my shoulder, her breathing shallow but steadying. The smell of smoke clung to her, faint but insistent. It made something deep in me ache, not just from the memory of tonight, but from the knowledge of what fire had already stolen from her once. I didn't ask more questions. Not now. The truth would come later when she could bear it. For now, I just held her there in the center of the ruin, the 2 of us standing in a pocket of strange, impossible calm amid the ash. Whatever had happened here tonight, it had changed something. Not just in the way I saw her, but in the way the world would if they ever found out. And I would make sure they didn't, no matter what it cost me.
Chapter 27. Rakia. The acrid smell of charred flesh still clung to the air, thick enough to make my throat burn. My ears rang with the echo of their screams, high, ragged, then suddenly cut short. I couldn't move, until I felt him. Kwazul. The door had slammed open with such force I'd flinched, but when I saw him framed in the doorway, the tension in my body broke all at once. He crossed the room in 3 long strides. His eyes swept over me, over the soot smearing my skin, the torn edges of my nightdress, the blood drying at the corner of my mouth. His jaw tightened, a muscle feathering in his cheek. Without a word, he unclasped the heavy cloak from his shoulders and wrapped it around me. The warmth hit me immediately, but it wasn't just from the fabric. His hands lingered at my shoulders, firm but careful, as though I might shatter if he held me too tightly. I trembled, uncontrollably, shamefully. My fingers clutched the edges of his cloak as though letting go would mean the world could get at me again. He bent, sliding an arm beneath my knees, the other around my back. The motion was effortless, but I caught the way his body angled slightly to avoid stepping into the piles of ash and scorched bone on the floor. I pressed my face against his chest, trying not to look at what was left of them. I could still hear the snap and crackle of the fire consuming them, even though the flames were gone now, leaving only blackened remnants. "I didn't mean to," I whispered, my voice so small I wasn't sure it reached him at first. My lips brushed against the smooth leather of his tunic. It just happened. His chest rumbled with a sound that wasn't quite words, a low, dangerous growl that made me tighten my grip on him. The halls beyond my chamber were colder, the stone biting against the soles of my bare feet where they peeked from the edge of his cloak. Shadows flickered along the walls from the sconces as we passed, the dim light catching the curious eyes of those we encountered. I felt them watching us. I heard the murmur of voices rising in our wake. Whispers followed us like a second shadow, their words indistinct, but their tone unmistakable. Shock, speculation, fear. Kwazul ignored them all. His stride didn't falter, didn't slow. He kept me close, the edges of his cloak swaying with his movement, shutting out the cold and the stares alike. Only when we reached the heavy doors of his private chambers did he stop. The guards there stepped back immediately at his approach. One looked like he might speak, but Kwazul's glare silenced him before he could open his mouth. Inside, the air was warmer, the scent of burning pine from the fire pit in the corner, cutting through the lingering acrid smoke still clinging to my hair and skin. He set me down on the edge of the bed, as though I weighed nothing. My knees wobbled, but his hand stayed firm at my elbow until I steadied. The moment his cloak slipped from my shoulders, I grabbed it again, holding it closed around me. "Don't let them take me," I said, the words spilling out before I could think. My voice cracked, raw from screaming earlier. "Please, Kwazul. Don't let them—" "They won't," he cut in, sharp and certain, crouching so his face was level with mine. His gaze locked on mine, and for a moment, the rest of the room ceased to exist. "You're under my protection. No one will touch you again." I swallowed hard, but the knot in my throat didn't loosen. My fingers twisted in the fabric of his cloak until my knuckles went white. He reached out, brushing his thumb just beneath my split lip. I winced, the motion small, and his eyes darkened further. "Tell me," he said, voice low but edged with steel. "What happened?" I took a shaky breath. My hands were still trembling, and I hated it. I wanted to be steady, composed. Instead, the words came halting and uneven. "I woke up, and they were there. I didn't know their faces." My voice wavered. One held me down, the other. I cut myself off, the memory making my stomach turn. "They said they wanted to see why you kept me. They tore my dress." Kwazul's expression turned lethal, the kind of cold fury that didn't need to be loud to be terrifying. "I tried to fight," I continued, my voice shaking now. "I scratched one, kicked the other. They didn't stop." "And then?" I stared down at my lap, watching the way the fabric of his cloak bunched under my fists. "The fire," I whispered. "It wasn't planned. I didn't think, something inside me." I broke off again, biting hard on the inside of my cheek to keep my voice steady. "They burned." Silence stretched between us, heavy and pulsing. When Kwazul finally spoke, it was quiet. "If they weren't dead already," he said, "I'd kill them myself." I looked up at him. He wasn't even looking at me now. His eyes had gone distant, calculating, as though he was already imagining every way he could have made their deaths worse. A shiver passed through me that had nothing to do with the cold. His gaze came back to me, and the hard edge in it softened just enough to let something else show, something I didn't have a name for. His hand came up, brushing a strand of hair back from my face, lingering just long enough for me to feel the heat of his palm. "You're safe now," he said. "No one touches what's mine." My heartbeat stumbled at the word mine, but I didn't have the strength to unpack it right now. I just held on to his cloak and tried to believe him. Because as long as Kwazul was there, the fire in my memory couldn't touch me.
Chapter 28. Kwazul. I stood over the fresh graves, the soil still loose and dark beneath my boots, a cold dread coiling in my gut like a living thing. The bodies, what little was left of them after the fire, had been found only this morning. I'd felt it long before the word spread. A subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the coven's energy, like a wave of rot washing over the stone halls. Whispers followed me everywhere, low and grating, twisting my name and hers together, painting her as a monster, a witch, something unnatural. My Rakia, the one who had risked everything to save me. And yet here they were, twisting her desperate act of survival into a malicious crime, as if the fire had sprung from a murderer's hands. The elders, those ancient fools with their brittle bones and stubborn hearts, could not ignore the murmurs. A council meeting was summoned, formal, ritualistic, but in truth, it felt more like a trial by mob than an attempt at justice. I had no choice but to go. Guardians are bound by our vows to protect the coven, every soul within it, even when the coven itself turns its hunger upon one of its own. I wanted to shield her. I wanted to stand between her and their accusing stares, to make them see that she was a child, traumatized and grieving, not a threat to be judged. I tried to tell them as much. I told them the fire was an accident, a cruel twist of fate, a tragedy that had claimed more than it should have. I begged them to give her time, to give her space. But they didn't listen. Her name was spoken with a kind of chilling finality that made my chest tighten and my fists clench until my knuckles went white. The coven believed she was a threat, and I was furious. A storm raged in me, a cold, coiling anger that seeped into my bones. I bit back the words I wanted to shout, the scream of indignation that would have erupted from my throat, because even that would have confirmed their suspicions about me. Instead, I ground my teeth, forcing myself to speak calmly. "Very well," I said, curt, controlled, though the words felt like shards of ice scraping down my throat. Fear. That was the root of it. Not judgment. Not justice. Fear. I'd seen it before in another life, during a war long since burned into memory. Fear turned villages against themselves. Friends into enemies. Love into hatred. Trust into ash. And now I was watching it all happen again. Here in the heart of the coven. Aimed at the girl who had dared to survive. When I finally found her, she was sitting in the small cottage we shared, curled into herself beside the cold hearth. There was no fire, no warmth, only the empty black of dead embers. And yet she seemed frozen within them, searching for something, anything that would anchor her to the world. Her shoulders were hunched, her body smaller than it should have been, and every line of her posture screamed fragility. I'd seen her fearless once, and now she looked like a child again, forced into a corner she could not fight her way out of. I knelt beside her, placing a hand gently on her arm. She didn't flinch, though I could feel her trembling beneath my touch. "They want you to go to the council meeting," I said, low, steady. I tried to stop it, but they've made their decision. Her head tilted only slightly, a fragile nod, tears already brimming in her eyes. I could feel the tremor in her, that quivering fear that mirrored the turmoil in my own chest. I wanted to lie to her, to tell her it would be fine, that nothing would happen, but those words would have been hollow. She needed truth, or at least my presence as a shield, more than comforting lies. "They'll ask you difficult questions," I said, letting my voice fall into a slow, rumbling cadence that I hoped would anchor her. "They'll try to confuse you, make you doubt yourself, twist your words. But you have to hold steady. Remember who you are, and remember that you are not alone." Her eyes met mine for the first time, shimmering with unshed tears. I saw the raw courage she carried even in her fear. My own chest tightened, and I could not stop the anger rising, not just at the elders, not just at the coven, but at the cruelty of a world that would threaten one so young, so bright, and so fragile. I needed to know. I'd been haunted by a single question since the first whispers reached me. Had she caused the fire that killed her family? The answer would shape everything. Her fate, my rage, the decisions I would make in the days to come. I took a deep breath, forcing my chest to settle, my voice to steady itself despite the storm inside me. "Rakia," I said, low, hoarse. "I need you to be honest with me just this once. I swear I will not judge you, but I need to know. For us to face what comes next, I need to know what we are fighting. Did you cause the fire that killed your family?" The silence stretched between us, long and suffocating, and then, slowly, the tears fell. They slid down her cheeks in heavy, glistening trails, her lower lip trembling with a sorrow that pierced straight through me. Her head dipped in a slow, heart-shattering nod, and the world I had thought I understood cracked and splintered around me. I swallowed hard, my own throat tight, my hands clenching at my sides as if I could squeeze some control into existence. I had suspected it, yet seeing it, knowing it, was a blow I hadn't anticipated. Her innocence, the trust I had so desperately wanted to believe in, had been eroded by necessity and survival. She had been forced to do the unthinkable, a child thrust into fire and pain, wielding a power she neither asked for nor wanted. And now she bore the weight of it, alone. Even through my fury, even through the betrayal of the world's cruelty, my heart ached for her, not in anger, not in judgment, but in an ache so profound it rooted me to the earth. I couldn't look away. I couldn't chastise her, not when she had already suffered enough. The coven's whispers, the fear, the judgment, they were meaningless in comparison to the truth of her survival. I pulled her close, just enough to hold her, to let her lean against me, but not enough to smother the fragile sense of agency she still clung to. "We will face this," I whispered, voice rough with emotion. "Not as the fearful, but as ourselves. I swear it. I will not let them harm you. Not now. Not ever." Her head rested against my chest, her small frame shivering despite the warmth of the room. I could feel the steady, uneven rhythm of her heartbeat beneath my hand, a fragile drum in the quiet chaos of our lives. I knew that no matter what the coven said, no matter how loud their accusations, no matter how many whispers tried to paint her as something monstrous, I would protect her. I would stand between her and the world, always, because she was mine to protect. And I would not let anyone take her from me, not even fear itself.
Chapter 29. Rakia. They stripped me before they even let me into the chamber. Not bare, just of everything that might remind me I'd once belonged here. My silks, my boots, my rings. They stripped me of the things he had given me. The nightdress they gave me instead was scratchy and thin, smelling faintly of old dust and someone else's sweat. It clung damply to my skin where I still hadn't stopped shaking. My hair hung in snarls around my face, covering part of my sight. They hadn't even allowed me to wash the soot out. Maybe they thought it made me look more dangerous this way, like a feral thing caught and brought to heel. The chamber was hotter than I remembered. The fire pit in the centre hissed and spat, sending its strange coloured flames twisting toward the high ceiling. Beyond it, the council sat in their black robes, silver cuffs flashing in the light. Their faces were shadows carved from stone. The High Elder's voice rose first, slow and deliberate. She spoke my name as though tasting something rotten. "Rakia of the Ashen Glen, you stand accused of crimes against this coven. First, seduction of both mind and spirit. Second, subversion. Third, destruction by unnatural flame that took the lives of your kin. And lastly, murder of Drenna and Lazek for taking blood and life without sanction." I kept my gaze fixed on the floor just beyond her feet. Not so low that it looked like submission. I wouldn't give them that pleasure. Not so high that it might be taken as a challenge. I had to find my common area. My heartbeat was a drum in my ears. I fought to keep my breathing steady. I can't show fear right now. Another elder leaned forward, the firelight picking out the hard ridge of his brow. His voice was like a stone being dragged across the ground. "We waste time. She belongs in the stone wrought." The name alone was enough to chill me more than the thin shift ever could. I tried not to tremble at their words. I'd heard stories, how the stone-wrought walls swallowed light, how no sound could escape, how magic died the moment you stepped inside. They didn't put people there to punish them. They put them there to erase them. But the next elder's words froze me even harder. His narrow, fox-like face didn't so much as flicker toward me. "Imprisonment is mercy. We made that mistake with the cursed human, and his rot spread until half our kind were gone. Death would be cleaner." My mouth was dry enough to crack. Death was quick. The stone-wrought was forever. And either way, I was already half buried. The High Elder's gaze landed on me. "Rakia, the council grants you the chance to speak in your own defense. We will hear your truth, if you have one." I could have begged. I could have told them about waking up to hands tearing at my clothes, to teeth aiming for my throat. I could have said the fire wasn't a choice. Instead, I heard my voice, quiet, steady, cut through the room. They got what they deserved. "They tried to rape me, tried to kill me," I wanted to say. But I didn't. The chamber went still. I thought maybe I'd made my execution faster, that my life was over now. I could feel the council's collective inhale, the crowd pressing closer with their silence. Careful, elders. You speak of judgment while standing on the edge of a blade. Quasil's voice. Clear, unmistakable. I lifted my head without a single thought. I could feel my spirits rising at the sight of him. He was standing at the very edge of the crowd, shadows clinging to his dark armour, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword. Not drawn, not threatening, but there. Guardian Quasil, the High Elder said, each syllable carved sharp. You are here as a witness, not an advocate. I am here, he said, stepping forward so the firelight caught the faint lines at the corners of his eyes, to protect those under my charge from threats, whether they come from outside these walls or from within them. Something in my chest twisted. I didn't dare name it. The fox-eyed elder tilted his head. Are you accusing this council of injustice? Quasil didn't move his hand from his sword. I am saying this council speaks out of fear, and I've seen where fear leads. The air filling in the chamber shifted. Elders exchanged sharp glances, their robes whispering against the stone benches. The crowd behind me murmured, a low ripple like the sea before a storm. I wanted to warn him, to tell him this was dangerous, that they would cut him down for less. But my throat was locked. My words were failing me for once. His voice rose, steady and deep. I was there. I saw the ashes. I smelled the scorched air. That was no act of cruelty, it was survival. If any of you had been in her place, if Rakan men had you pinned, ready to drink your blood, you would have burned them too. A few heads in the crowd nodded. Most didn't. The murmurs thickened, turning into an undercurrent of unease. The High Elder's lips were white where she pressed them together. Your words are noted, Guardian. But this is not your trial. Rakia's fate is for the council to decide. Then decide, he said, colder now. But understand this. Whatever choice you make, it will not be done quietly. And it will not be done without me. The silence that followed was heavier than chains. I stood in the centre of it, my bound hands numb, my knees locked so they wouldn't tremble. I should have felt relief, gratitude, something. Instead, all I felt was a strange, dangerous thing I'd been trying not to feel since the moment Quasil wrapped his cloak around me in the ashes. Hope. And that was almost worse than fear. At least fear I could understand. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 30. Quasil. The chamber was already thick with tension when I stepped inside, a palpable hum of hostility beneath the stale candle smoke. The elders had gathered in their full ceremonial garb, black silks embroidered with silver thread that glinted faintly in the torchlight. The half-circle of them framed the dais like a row of vultures awaiting carrion. In the center, the warded circle had been drawn in chalk and blood, meant for prisoners, not for anyone I would ever willingly see standing there. But Rakia stood in it now, small and stiff-backed, her chin tilted just high enough to defy their gaze, though I could see the tremor in her hands. The sight of her there, The way they had caged her like some dangerous thing set my blood boiling. I strode forward without asking permission, the heavy soles of my boots thudding against the stone floor. The elder's mutters swelled at my intrusion. I ignored them. When I reached the edge of the circle, I stepped over the ward line, feeling the faint bite of its magic against my skin. It hissed against me like a living thing, but I didn't stop. "I claim her," I said, my voice ringing off the stone walls. "Rakia is under my full protection." The effect was immediate. The room erupted with protests, the council speaking over one another in their fury. "You are compromised, Quazul," spat Elder Rilvan, his thin, papery voice sharpened with venom. "Your judgment is clouded. You've allowed sentiment to make you weak." "Unfit to lead," barked another, slamming a fist against the arm of her carved seat. "You'd risk us all for a human." I met their rage with a steady glare. "My oath as guardian binds me to protect the Coven's own," I said, "and she is under that protection now, whether you like it or not." "She's not one of us," someone snarled from the shadows. "She is mine," I countered, my voice low but laced with steel, "and that is all that matters." The uproar grew louder, the air tightening like a bowstring. They wanted her gone, banished at best, executed at worst, and nothing short of a miracle would shift their course. I had known this walking in. I also knew that there was a way to silence them. So I let my next words drop like a blade. "Then I will invoke the Old One to decide our fate." The chamber froze. Every elder went still, every whisper choked off in their throats. The silence was sudden, almost painful. Somewhere above us, a drop of water fell from the ceiling and landed in a shallow puddle with a soft plink. Elder Varya's mouth opened in disbelief. "You," he began, but the word died halfway out. No one had spoken of the Old One in centuries. Fewer still remembered the last time its voice had been heard. The being was ancient beyond reckoning, bound to our bloodlines by pacts older than kingdoms. It was not a thing to disturb lightly. At last, a different elder leaned forward, her lips curling in scorn. "Invoking ancient law is reckless," she said, her voice quiet but sharp. "The Old One does not give without taking." "Then let it take from me," I said, my voice carrying clearly across the chamber. "Let the past decide if she lives or dies. I will abide by the judgment." The words hung in the air, and I knew they understood my meaning. This was no bluff. Once the Old One was called, its verdict was final. Not even the council could override it. For a long moment no one spoke. Their silence told me everything. They feared the Old One more than they feared me, and that was saying something. Still, none dared challenge the invocation outright. Not when it was written in the oldest laws of our kind. I turned to Rakia then. She hadn't moved, but her wide eyes told me she understood the gravity of what I'd just done. The circle's magic still hummed faintly around us, but it was meaningless now. I reached out, my hand open and steady. She hesitated only a heartbeat before sliding her trembling fingers into mine. Her hand was small, her skin warm against my cold, and I closed my grip around it as if I could shield her from all of this with the strength of my hold alone. Without another word to the council, I stepped back over the ward line, pulling her with me. The circle resisted, the magic prickling against us both, but it did not stop me. It couldn't. Not anymore. The elders parted in tense silence as I led her down the aisle and toward the great doors at the back of the chamber. Their eyes followed us, hard and unyielding, but I didn't so much as glance their way. Every step echoed in the stillness until we crossed the threshold and the heavy doors shut behind us with a deep, final thud. Only then did Rakia speak, her voice barely above a whisper. "The Old One?" "Yes," I said without slowing. "It will see us. And it will decide." She swallowed, her grip on my hand tightening. "And if it decides I'm guilty?" I didn't answer right away. We turned down a narrow, unlit corridor, the walls close on either side, the air cool and damp. Somewhere far below, the sound of water murmured against stone. The smell of earth was stronger here, rich and ancient. I said, "Then we will face that together." We descended deeper, through passageways no one outside the Guardians ever used anymore. The stone was rough-hewn here, the architecture far older than the Coven's hall above. Dust lay thick on the floors, disturbed only by the occasional scurry of something small and unseen. The torches grew fewer, the light dimmer, until the glow from above was swallowed entirely. Still, I knew the path. My boots found each step without hesitation, the weight of centuries pressing down on my shoulders. Somewhere in the darkness ahead, the old tunnels awaited, a labyrinth of forgotten halls and collapsed chambers, where the air itself seemed to hum with memory. The old one was down there, deeper still, in a place where the rock was older than the sun, and the shadows had teeth. And I would lead her to it, no matter what price it demanded.
Chapter 31. HEA. The first thing I noticed was the air, heavy, pulsing, almost alive. The tunnels were older than the city above us. I could feel it in the stone. It didn't just hold history, it breathed it out in warm, damp exhalations that brushed against my skin like ghost hands. The walls glittered faintly, veins of green and gold weaving in and out of shadow. Quasel walked ahead of me, his torchlight barely needed. He seemed to know each turn before it came, like the paths were etched into his bones. My own steps echoed behind him, too loud, too clumsy. I hated that he could probably hear how my breathing quickened the deeper we went. We passed a cluster of roots pushing down through the ceiling, but these were no normal roots. They shimmered faintly, the way embers do before they cool to black, and each time we passed one, the air hummed louder. Wild spont energy. Quasel murmured without looking back. Older than any Vrakan magic, unpredictable if you don't know how to walk through it. I didn't ask how he knew. He spoke again, lower now, as if the stone itself might overhear. The old one you're about to meet is not Vrakan. She is Perna, born of the moontide, bound by it, cast out long ago, for speaking a truth her people didn't want to hear. I remembered the Perna from stories, ageless, untouchable, with their delicate cruelty disguised as kindness. The idea of one living down here felt wrong, like finding a swan in a snake pit. What truth? I asked. That their future was not their own, he said. That a fire would rise in another bloodline and burn the cycles clean. I didn't like the way he said it. I didn't like that he glanced back at me then, torchlight catching the sharp edge of his cheekbone, before looking away. The tunnel narrowed to the width of my shoulders, then opened into a round chamber sealed by a stone door carved with spirals. It looked solid enough to outlive the sun. Quasel stepped forward and bit the inside of his wrist. His blood gleamed dark in the torchlight. He pressed it into one of the spirals, murmuring words in a language I didn't know. Low, deliberate syllables that tasted of iron even from where I stood. The spirals drank his blood. The stone trembled, then split down the middle, groaning open just enough for us to slip inside. The smell hit me first. Green things, wet soil, and something faintly metallic, like rain on an old blade. And then I saw her. The old one sat in the middle chamber, cross-legged on a mat of woven vines that glowed faintly from within. More vines spilled up the walls and across the ceiling, some looping around her arms and waist, as if they'd grown there to keep her in place, or to keep something else out. Her hair fell in silver strands down her back, fine as moss, catching the glow like frost. Over her eyes was a blindfold, soft and black, knotted at the back of her head. "HEA," she said before I could even open my mouth. Her voice was the kind of quiet that presses into your skin. My stomach tightened. You carry more than human fire, she continued, tilting her head slightly, as though she could see the shape of my thoughts through the blindfold. I didn't know what to say to that. I glanced at Quazzle, but he'd stepped back into the shadows, leaving me standing alone in the circle of her attention. The old one's mouth curved, barely a smile, more like the memory of one. Step closer. My legs carried me forward before I'd decided to obey. The vines shifted under my feet, warm against my skin, even through the thin soles of my boots. She reached one hand toward me, not touching, but tracing the air in front of my chest. The vines at her wrist stirred faintly. There is something in you that does not belong to the world you think you know, she said. You have carried it through fire, and it has not consumed you. Not yet. Her words prickled under my skin. What are you saying? I am saying, she murmured, that the cycles notice you. And when the cycles notice someone, balance must be tested. A tremor of movement passed through the vines on the floor, curling inward like they were listening. You will take the test, she said. Flame and memory. Burn what you love most. Keep what you fear most. Only then will I know who you are. I took a step back. And if I refuse? The faintest breeze passed through the chamber, though there was no wind here. Her blindfolded face turned toward me, serene as a stone idol. Then you will leave, and the balance will unravel without you. But know this, when balance breaks, it breaks everyone. I hated her certainty. I hated that something in me, deep and hot, wanted to know what she'd see if I took the test. Why me? I asked. Her head tilted the other way, and I caught the sharp glint of her teeth between her pale lips. Because you are the spark reborn. And sparks, she said softly, do not get to choose whether they burn. The vines at her back began to pulse with faint light, slow and steady like a heartbeat. The air in the chamber thickened, making my skin feel too tight. Behind me I heard Quazzle shift his weight. Old one, he said, his voice careful. This girl has walked through enough fire for 12 lifetimes. The old one's blindfolded gaze turned toward him. And yet she stands. Which means the flames have not yet been true. Her attention returned to me, and it felt like the vines were leaning in with her. Come to me when you are ready. Or don't. Either way, the fire will find you. I didn't answer. Couldn't. My thoughts were smoke and ash. Quazzle's hand closed lightly on my shoulder, guiding me back toward the stone door. The spirals opened for him again, the air in the tunnel beyond cooler, cleaner. Only when the door sealed behind us did I realize I'd been holding my breath. I didn't look at him as we walked, but my voice sounded small in the tunnel. She knew my name. She knows many things, Quazzle said. More than anyone should. The hum of the wild-spont energy faded as we walked, but her words didn't. They burned quietly and steadily in my mind. Spark reborn. And no matter how far we walked from that chamber, I couldn't tell if the heat in me came from the old one's vines, or from something that had been there all along.
Chapter 32. Quazzle. The tunnels narrowed until the air itself felt older. Every step forward was a step away from the council's noise and into a silence that pressed on my ears. Moss clung to the stone in pale ribbons, and the air was damp enough to taste. Rakia walked beside me, her hands still in mine, her knuckles tight but her chin held high. She was afraid. Only a fool wouldn't be. But she was also trying not to show it. I respected that. When the chamber opened before us, it felt as though we had stepped into another world entirely. The old one waited there. Her presence filled the cavern, her bare feet rooted to the stone, as if the earth itself held her. Her hair fell like silver moss over her shoulders, shifting as though in an invisible current. A blindfold of woven vine covered her eyes, though I knew she had no need for sight. Living vines trailed from her wrists and hair, their leaves glistening in the low light, curling and stretching like they breathed. Her ageless face was serene, but without warmth. I had met her only twice before, and both times I'd left feeling stripped bare to the bone. "Guardian," she said, her voice deep and resonant, the kind that lived in your bones after you heard it. "You bring the spark reborn." Her head tilted toward Rakia. I felt Rakia stiffen at the title. "She stands accused," I said. "She stands in truth," the Old One replied. "Then show them that truth," I said. My voice carried more weight than I meant it to. I wanted this over quickly, but with the Old One, time belonged to her alone. She extended one vine-covered hand toward Rakia. "Come." I didn't want to let go, but I had no choice. Rakia stepped forward, and the vines brushed over her wrists. At their touch, the ground seemed to fall away, replaced by a circle of flame and shadow that sprang up around her. I could not follow. I could only watch. The vision space unfolded in the air like a window I could not cross. Rakia stood in the center, her breath coming fast, the flicker of firelight staining her skin gold. I saw the moment recognition struck her. The scene around her had shifted. A burning roof overhead, walls collapsing, heat pressing from all sides. The night of the fire. But it was different this time. She was outside herself, looking down at a younger Rakia, desperately weaving sigils into the air with untrained hands. I could see her panic, see the magic straining against her will, uncontrolled, raw. She had meant to shield her family. I could feel her intent like heat in the air. But instead of forming a barrier, the spell twisted, backfiring, turning the air itself into a rushing wall of flame. The younger Rakia screamed in horror as the fire swallowed everything. The Rakia in the vision space fell to her knees, clutching her head. "Stop," she whispered. "Please, stop." The Old One's voice rose within the flames, steady, unflinching. "You were never a monster." I saw her shoulders shake. She pressed her palms into the ash at her knees, sobbing. "I killed them. You tried to save them." The Old One's voice was neither kind nor cruel. "Power without guidance is a blade without a hand. You had no teacher, no circle. You were a child who reached for the stars and caught fire." The shadow shifted, the flames receding until they were only embers glowing in the dark. Rakia lifted her head slowly. She looked older now, not in body, but in the way pain and truth make a person older in a single breath. "You are Purna," the Old One continued, "but lost to your kind. The blood sings in you, yet you walk without the song." Then the vision space collapsed like smoke blown apart by wind. The flames were gone, the shadows dissolved, and Rakia stumbled back into the cavern. She swayed once, twice. Then I caught her. She was trembling, her breath sharp and uneven. I steadied her, one arm around her shoulders, my other hand bracing hers. I wanted to ask what she'd seen, but I already knew. I'd seen enough of the vision space to understand. The Old One stepped forward. Her blindfolded gaze found us as surely as if she could see. "She is the spark reborn. A lost Purna, born with power, given no guidance, shaped by survival alone." Her hand lifted. Not to me, but to Rakia. The vines brushed Rakia's temple like a benediction. "I grant her my blessing." Those words fell into the air like stones into still water, and I felt the ripples they would cause. The council could not argue with the Old One's verdict, not without tearing apart the ancient laws they clung to for legitimacy. "You will take her from this place," the Old One said to me. "Teach her. Hold her to the path. If she strays, the cycles will tremble." I inclined my head. "I will." The Old One's vines withdrew, curling back around her arms. "Then go. Balance has been kept." Rakia looked up at me, her eyes still red, her face pale but steady. I felt her fingers tighten against mine. Whatever else lay ahead, she had been given something here that the council could never give. Absolution. We turned from the chamber, the gate groaning open once more. As we stepped back into the tunnels, the air felt different. Lighter, though I knew the weight of what had just happened would follow us both. I glanced back once. The old one stood exactly as she had when we arrived, her hair and vines moving in that strange, invisible current, the blindfolded face unreadable. She had judged me once, long ago, and found me wanting. Now, I suspected she was watching to see what I would do with this second chance, not just for Rakia, but for myself. The gate closed and her presence was gone. Rakaya exhaled slowly, like she'd been holding her breath for years instead of moments. "She called me Purna," she murmured, almost as if she didn't believe it. "She did," I said, "and now the council will have to hear it." She gave a shaky laugh. "They won't like that." "They don't have to," I said, and we kept walking.
Chapter 33. Rakia. When we returned to the coven, the air was different. I felt it before I saw the change in their faces. The council stood assembled in the stone hall, cloaks draped like shadows, eyes sharp as the blades they wore at their belts. These were not men and women easily swayed. Their distrust was as much a part of them as the black markings on their skin. I had expected to meet their scorn again, expected to hear the same whispers that followed me through the corridors, the same cutting question in every stare. What is she doing here? Why is she among us? But this time the air held something else, unease, because the old one had spoken. Word had already reached them. How she had named me before I spoke, how she had called me the Spark Reborn, how she had demanded of me a test only a Purna would give. Her voice, carried from that hidden chamber through Quazel's lips, weighed heavier than any decree the council had made in decades. The old one was not merely another Purna. She was the cast-out one, the blind oracle who had shattered her people's faith with a prophecy of fire, an exile who had come to the Fraken not to kneel, but to survive. And she had survived longer than any of them could fathom, rooted in the city's bones, trading her wisdom for protection, her truths for blood. No one trusted her, but no one dared to ignore her either. When Quazel spoke her words aloud before the council, I watched their jaws tighten. They wanted to argue. They wanted to deny. But to deny her was to risk the balance she alone seemed to measure. And none of them, not even the boldest, were willing to court that kind of ruin. So they accepted, reluctantly. They named me not an intruder, not a mistake, but a vessel of possibility. Elevated, yes, but in the same way a sacred candle is elevated, placed high, admired from a distance, and watched carefully to make sure the flame doesn't gutter out. They still saw me as fragile, temporary, human. The word bit at me each time I caught it in their eyes. Human. Not Purna, not Vraken, just blood and bone and borrowed fire. Quazel told me later as we left the hall that it was the best outcome I could have hoped for. "They didn't cast you out," he said, his voice measured, the way it always was when he thought I needed steadying. "The old one's word holds weight. The council won't move against you now." I stared at him, waiting for more, for something that would sound like belief, like he saw me as more than a problem temporarily solved, but his expression stayed calm, unreadable. "Best case outcome," he repeated. I didn't answer. That night, I found him in his chamber, the torchlight painting his features in sharp gold and shadow. He was sitting at his desk, bent over a piece of parchment, but I didn't wait for him to look up. "You think this is enough?" I said. His quill stilled. Slowly, he raised his eyes to mine. "It keeps you safe." "I don't want safety." My voice cracked sharper than I intended. The words came hot, spilling before I could temper them. I want permanence. Something flickered across his face. Surprise, maybe even fear. But he masked it quickly, setting down the quill. Permanence here is not possible for you, Rakia. You know that. No, I said, stepping closer. That's what you tell yourself. That's what you've decided for me. My hands curled into fists at my sides. But I don't want to be your pet or your priestess. I want to be your equal. The silence after that was heavy, stretching too long. He rose from his chair, taller than I, his presence filling the room. For a second, I thought he might reach for me. Instead, his jaw tightened. You don't understand what you're asking. To stand as my equal means to stand apart from your own people, to take a place in shadows that will never again let you go. I won't doom you to that. Doom me? I laughed bitterly, though it felt too much like a sob. You talk like I don't already live it. Like I'm not already the outcast in every room I enter. The only difference is you'd rather keep me in a cage where you can watch me burn without having to admit what I am. His eyes narrowed, pain sharp behind them. You don't see the danger. No, I cut him off, my voice low, fierce. I see it too clearly. You never really wanted me. Just the idea of me, the prophecy, the spark the old one named. That's what you cling to, not me. His breath caught, but he said nothing. And in that silence I realized the truth, that the old one had seen me more clearly in one moment, blindfolded, than Quasel had in all the nights we'd walked together. She had called me what I was. He still called me fragile. I turned from him before he could see the tears burning hot at the corners of my eyes. The council's acceptance meant nothing if I was still a ghost in my own skin. And Quasel's care, his best-case outcomes, meant nothing if he couldn't see me as I was. Not a flame to be sheltered, not a tool of prophecy, but fire itself. Somewhere deep in the tunnels, I imagined the old one sitting among her vines, listening with her sightless eyes, already knowing the choice I would make. Maybe she was right, that I don't get to choose what burns. My permanence would never be found in safety, or in Quasel's arms, or in the council's reluctant blessing. It was only in the fire itself, in claiming it, in letting it devour what needed to be devoured, even if that meant burning him too.
Chapter 34. Quasel. I couldn't stop repeating her words. They clung to the walls of my mind like soot after fire, every syllable echoing in the hollow of my chest. I paced my private chambers, though there was nothing in the narrow stone room that would ease me. Each step only wound me tighter, each turn brought me back to the same torment. If you deny her now, you will lose her. If you change her, you will share her fate. The old one's voice was not one a man could silence. She never raised it, but when she spoke, it landed like a stone cast into water, ripples spreading into every corner of thought. Her words were not opinions or guesses. They were delivered as truths, cut from the marrow of the world itself. I pressed my palms against the edge of the table, breathing hard. Her scent still lingered in my senses. Rakia, my little flame. The memory of her blood, sharp and bright on my tongue, haunted me as much as it tempted me. No drink had ever burned so sweet. It wasn't just taste, it was the way her eyes had locked on mine when she bled for me, as if she understood and forgave me even as I took from her. That gaze had undone me. And yet beneath it all, I remembered the turning. The night I was made into this thing, stripped of who I had been and remade in hunger. I remembered waking with fire in my veins, my body no longer mine, my thoughts no longer human. The first thing I wanted was blood. Not wine, not water, not food. Blood. Hot, rushing, spilling. I would have torn through anyone, and I nearly did. The hunger was all-encompassing, drowning out reason. When I fed, when I sank my teeth into the first screaming fool they threw to me, it was ecstasy and horror tangled together. I drank until I was bloated, blood drunk, stumbling in gore, There was no control, no dignity, no restraint. Just instinct. The shame had come later, much later, when the thirst quieted enough for me to see the faces of what I'd destroyed. Could I inflict that curse on her? Could I bear to see her look at me with eyes that burned with hunger, not love? The old one had given me no comfort. She never did. Her chamber smelled of damp earth and sap, the living vines curling around her like guardians. They swayed and shifted, though no breeze stirred the air, and their blossoms opened and closed in rhythm with her breath. Her hair, silver as moss under moonlight, spilled to her waist in a shimmering veil. The blindfold hid her eyes, but her gaze was heavier than any sighted being's, pressing down until I thought my bones would bow beneath it. When I stepped before her, desperate, she already knew what I would ask. "You come for a loophole," she said, serene as stone. "There is none." "There must be," I snarled. My voice cracked like I hadn't spoken in years. "Tell me how to save her without damning her." Her head tilted, the vines curling tighter with the movement. "If you deny her now, you will lose her. If you decide to go through with changing her, you know your fate." Her words fell like a judgment already sealed. "You call yourself arbiter," I spat, "but you give me no choice." Her lips curled faintly, though whether it was pity or disdain I could not tell. "I do not deal in choice, Guardian, only in balance. You stand at a precipice, and whichever path you take, the cycles will tremble." Her tone was not cruel, it was worse. It was utterly impersonal, like the shifting of tides. I left her chamber with nothing but rage, though deep down I knew she had spoken the truth. She always did, unnervingly honest, cutthroat in her serenity. She had judged me once when I was young, and though she had not condemned me outright, she had stripped me bare in a single glance. Now she had done the same with Rakia, and worse, with us both together. When I returned to my chambers, Rakia was already packing. Her hands trembled as she folded the little she owned. A cloak, a knife, the few keepsakes she had carried through flame and ruin. She did not look up when I entered. "I thought you'd be gone longer," she said quietly. I closed the door behind me. The silence that followed was heavier than any chain. "You're leaving," I said. My voice sounded rough, like stone cracking. Her shoulders stiffened. "What else is there?" "You can't promise me safety, and you can't promise me forever. You can't even promise me tomorrow." I crossed the room in 2 strides, catching her wrist before she could tuck the cloak into her pack. She turned then, and the fire in her eyes nearly undid me again. Not anger, resolve. The same resolve I had seen when she faced the old one's vision space, trembling but unbroken. "I'd rather burn beside you," I whispered, "than watch you walk away." Her lips parted, her breath catching. I saw the war in her want and fear colliding like storm fronts. "Quasul." Her voice cracked on my name. "If you turn me, I'll lose myself." "You won't," I said, though part of me feared it was a lie. "Not if I guide you. Not if I stay with you. And if you're wrong..." The question was a knife between us. I had no shield against it. I thought of the old one's words again, her blindfolded face like stone. "If I do this, we will be the same." If that fate was damnation, I would take it. If it were hunger, I would starve beside her. If it were fire, I would burn. I pulled her into me then, holding her against my chest. I could feel her heartbeat, fast and furious, the rhythm of life itself. It sang to me, calling to the hunger that would never leave, but it also steadied me. "I've lived long enough with shadows," I said into her hair. "If you are my flame, then I will let you burn me. But I will not let you go cold alone." She trembled against me, then slowly, hesitantly, she returned the embrace. Her whisper was barely a breath. "Then we'll burn together." The words cut deeper than any blade. Relief, terror, longing, they flooded me all at once. For a moment I allowed myself to imagine it. Rakia beside me, not fragile or hunted, but remade as my equal. Her fire joined to my shadow, her strength a mirror of mine. Perhaps the old one was right. Perhaps the cycles would tremble. But what of it? What were cycles to us if we defied them together? And yet as I held her, I felt her pulse and knew the cost. One bite would silence that rhythm forever. One choice, and the warmth I clung to would vanish. She would rise again, but not the same. I tightened my arms around her, as if by sheer force I could keep her both alive and beside me. "I will not force this," I said finally, my voice breaking. "The choice is yours, Rakia. Walk away, and I will not follow. Stay, and I will give you everything I am, even if it damns us both." She drew back then enough to look into my face. Her eyes shimmered, caught between tears and firelight. For a long moment she said nothing, only searching me as though she could see the hunger coiled behind my ribs. Then she laid her hand against my cheek. Her touch was warm, alive. "Then let me choose," she whispered, "and I choose you." Chapter 35. Kwazul. The night air was cold, a stark contrast to the heat that had been building between us for weeks. I moved with a quiet purpose through the forgotten halls of my city, preparing the ceremonial chamber. This was a place of my ancestors, a place where new Fraken were born, and tonight it would serve as the crucible for her transformation. I brought in wild spond, the glowing, living stone that was the heart of our city, and placed it around the perimeter of the room. Its soft, ethereal light cast long shadows on the walls, illuminating the intricate carvings of my lineage. I lit 100 candles, their small flames flickering, their warmth a comforting contrast to the cold stone. Entering the room, I placed a large, flat slab of obsidian, a mirror to the dark depths of the world, a symbol of the finality of this choice. I was ready. But was she? The thought of what was to come, the pain and the ecstasy, the finality of her choice, was a heavy weight on my soul. This was not a game. This was a final, irrevocable act. She would not just become one of us. She would become a new creature, a new being bound to me for eternity. The door creaked open, a sound like an ancient promise breaking free from centuries of silence. I stood, anchored amongst my ancestors' specters, as Rakia stepped through, ethereal and untouchable. The robe she wore was of white lace, sheer enough to make the reality beneath it seem like an artist's tormenting illusion. She walked towards me, each step deliberate, bringing tension to the air. My tongue felt leaden in my mouth, and any words I'd mustered fell away like autumn leaves with her approach. Her lips curved into a smile. No, a challenge. A goddess woven from the very fabric of defiance and allure. I swallowed, intending to speak, or perhaps to beg. Silenced instead by the cascade of lace falling to the floor, and suddenly, the room shrank. She stood before me, bare and bold, a vision more powerful and dangerous than I last remembered. Rakia. Her name escaped me like a prayer, doomed to end too soon. "Shh," she whispered, eyes sparkling with mischief. Then she kissed me, a tether and a storm, all at once. Her body was a fragile tremor, humming with need. I wrapped her in my arms, holding her against me until I couldn't tell where she ended and I began. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
these scenes, it will be unforgettable. I traced the curve of her new fang. Welcome to eternity, little flame. She examined her taloned hand, flexing fingers that could now shred stone. Do we... Hunger? My thumb brushed her lower lip. Soon. But first, her stomach growled. A laugh burst from me, raw, unguarded. The sound startled us both. Shut up, she muttered, cheeks flushing crimson. Make me. Her kiss tasted of ashes and inevitability. Chapter 36. Quazul. Her body trembled in my arms, not from weakness, but from too much power. It was as if her body could barely hold her newfound power. The change had left her raw, her skin too alive, nerves sparking with every brush of air. Her eyes, once warm with mortal light, now burned brighter than mine, crystalline and sharp, catching every glint of shadow. I remembered the first time I opened them after the hunger took me. The world had seemed unbearable in its detail. Every surface screamed. Every scent carved itself into me. Every sound cracked my skull wide open. Rakia was shaking in that same storm now, her breath shallow, her hands clawing at my chest, not in fear, but in desperate grounding. Like if she could break her skin, she could center herself. Easy, I whispered, folding my hand over hers. You're not drowning. You're learning to breathe a new sea. Her lips parted, but no words came, only a shudder and a sudden wild flicker of her wings. They had burst from her shoulder blades when the change seized her, raw and dark as obsidian glass, not yet learned or gentle. They snapped open now in jagged movements, nearly knocking us both to the stone floor. She cursed under her breath, voice low and feral. I caught the wing before it shattered a pillar, guiding it inward, pressing it to fold. The membrane quivered under my hand, both fragile and unbreakable. She was a newborn storm, all edges and fire. Like this, I murmured, sliding my arm behind her shoulders, helping her fold them against her back. They're yours to command, not the other way around. Her gaze met mine, flashing with frustration, but beneath it was something else. Fierce determination. Rakia had never surrendered to fear, not when fire consumed her village, not when the council threatened her life, not even when she bled for me. She would master this too, though the cost was already in her veins. The hunger throbbed in her. I could feel it, a gnawing pulse that pressed against her skin. She trembled with it, jaw tight, fangs cutting her lip. The sight made me ache, because I knew it, because I remembered, because I wanted to take that burden from her, and I couldn't. I kissed the wound before the blood could fall, tasting her for the first time as kin rather than prey. She gasped, the sound torn between pleasure and pain, and I thought she might collapse again into frenzy. Instead, she steadied, her wings folded tight, her breath slowed. You're burning, I whispered against her mouth. I'm alive, she shot back, her voice raw, ragged, glorious. Alive. Yes, more alive than human flesh ever allowed. I pulled her closer, holding her as though she were both flame and weapon. She clung to me in turn, and there, on the stone in the aftermath of transformation, we gave in to the hunger in another way, flesh to flesh, mouth to mouth. Our bodies tangled with the desperation born of new existence, her heart hammering like a war drum against mine. Her laugh broke into gasps, her gasps into cries, and then silence, but for the sound of blood roaring through us both. When it was done, she lay against me, glowing not with mortal heat, but with something sharper, almost blinding. She was not fragile anymore, not prey, not mine to shield. I should have felt triumphant. Instead, I felt fear. Quazul, she murmured, her new voice humming with resonance, lower, richer, like the stones themselves listened. The world, it's too much. It's all inside me at once. I know, I said, brushing my thumb over her cheekbone. That's why we fly. her brows arched. "Fly!" I didn't explain. I pulled her to her feet, guided her unsteady legs toward the ledge that opened onto the hollow chamber. The cavern stretched for miles, carved by hands long forgotten, its ceiling painted with an illusion of stars that shimmered and shifted as though alive. The air within was buoyant, currents rising and falling like invisible rivers. The underground sky. When she stepped to the edge, her wings flared instinctively, catching the light. She gasped, her face caught in wonder. "I'll fall," she whispered. "No," I said, stepping behind her, wrapping my arms around her waist. "You'll rise." And together we leapt. The air swallowed us, then lifted, carrying us upward. Her scream broke out first in fear, then, suddenly, in laughter. Wild, radiant, unstoppable. It burst from her throat like song, echoing off the stone stars, until the whole chamber seemed to sing with her. Her wings beat clumsily at first, then steadier, sharper. She wove through the cavern currents like she had always belonged to them, darting, spiraling, spinning above me with reckless joy. I chased her, though even then I could feel it. She was faster. When she landed at last, breathless but unbroken, her eyes shone like suns. I dropped beside her, and for a moment I could only stare. She was everything, terror and beauty and fire in one body. But her hunger returned, darkening her gaze. I led her to the garden. It was ancient, a place of living vines and flowering nightshade, where chosen mortals waited in reverent silence. The donors, the willing. They offered blood not as victims, but as tribute, as covenant. They were our most faithful, truthfully. It was where I first learned to feed without savagery. She hesitated at the threshold, her fangs bared, trembling with the urge to rush them. I touched her hand. "Gently," I said. "You are more than hunger. Prove it to yourself." One of the donors, a young man with calm eyes, knelt before her, baring his throat. I saw her body coil, her eyes flash, her mouth part in instinct. Then slowly, shakily, she bent, kissed the skin first, and drank in measured pulls. The boy gasped, but did not resist. When she drew back, crimson at her lips, she did not look like a monster. She looked sovereign. Power rolled off her in waves, and it terrified me. For the first time since I had held her, I understood the Old One's warning. This was no fragile flame. She was fire, yes, but one that could burn beyond me, past me, without need of me at all. I feared I had not saved her. I had freed her. She turned to me then, eyes blazing, and before I could retreat into fear, she kissed me, hard, certain, claiming. "I'm exactly who I want to be," she said against my mouth, voice fierce and unshakable. And I knew she was not mine. She was her own, and I loved her all the more for it.
Chapter 37. Rakia. Quasel led me back to the council chamber, but this time I did not follow in his shadow. The last time I walked through those doors, I was stripped down, accused, humiliated, little more than a girl brought to answer for crimes the council had already decided were unforgivable. I had kept my chin high, yes, but my body had trembled, my heart had screamed. That memory still lived under my skin like an old scar. But tonight, when the doors groaned open, I stepped into the room winged and glowing. The light that bled from my veins was faint, more like embers than flame, but it pulsed steady, undeniable. My wings, still new to me, folded tight against my back, feathered in shadows until I chose otherwise. The moment I crossed the threshold, every face turned. Their eyes raked across me, trying to reconcile what they saw with what they believed. No one moved. No one spoke. Even Quasel's shoulders stiffened as if he hadn't quite prepared himself for how much I had changed. I had walked at his side before, half hidden, a curiosity, a burden he carried for reasons only he could explain. But tonight we walked in line, side by side, equals. The silence broke when I unfurled my wings. It was deliberate, slow, careful, each feather shimmering faintly with the same inner glow that laced my skin. The sweep of them filled the chamber, brushing against the stone pillars. I heard the air shift, heavy with the sound of disbelief. An audible gasp shivered through the council. Murmurs tumbled after, ragged, sharp. "She has wings. Impossible. The Old One's prophecy. No human could—" Their voices rose and fell like a storm, colliding with one another in disbelief and unease. I caught a few looks of awe, even grudging respect, but most of what I saw in their eyes was fear. They thought Kwazul had changed me, that he had bent the laws of flesh and fire, reshaped me into something unnatural. They didn't know the truth. The Old One had touched me first. It was she who had breathed her riddle into my blood, who had lit the spark that slept inside me, who had spoken my name as though she had been waiting for me since the first flame was struck against stone. I bore her mark, not Kwazul's, her whisper carried in my veins every time the glow beneath my skin flared. I did not gloat. Instead, I drew in a breath that trembled at the edges but steadied in my chest, and I bowed my head, not to the council, but to the one who had believed in me before even I believed in myself. "I thank the Old One," I said, letting my voice carry, "for her word, her fire, her sight. I make this vow in her name. I will walk as I am. Not as a prisoner or as a priestess. I claim no title. I only claim freedom." I lifted my head, my wings still spread wide. "And love." That last word echoed softer than the rest, but I meant it. The chamber swallowed it whole, as though none of them could comprehend why anyone would speak of love in this place, before this council of stone-faced judges. But I didn't care. The vow wasn't for them. It was for me, for Kwazul, for the truth I would no longer hide. My gaze found his. He stood beside me, his lips drawn tight, his eyes burning with something between pride and fear. I felt him tense when I turned to him fully, daring to bring him into this moment, daring to make what we were undeniable in the eyes of all who watched. "Ready," I asked him, "to change the way things work?" For the briefest moment his mask cracked. His mouth softened, his eyes gleamed, and then he grinned. "Let's start with the throne." A ripple tore through the council at his words, half outrage, half something else. The throne was not a word to be spoken lightly in this chamber. It was not a suggestion, not a symbol, but a threat. To speak of it was to speak of revolution. To claim it was to unmake the old ways entirely. I heard the scrape of chairs against stone, the sudden rise of voices. "This is blasphemy. They mock us. Sit them down, silence them." But no one moved closer. Not a single elder dared step within the reach of my wings. Kwazul's grin did not falter, and my fire did not dim. For the first time, I realized how powerful we must have looked together. His shadow, my glow, his centuries of unyielding strength, my new blazing defiance. Not a protector and ward, not master and pet. Equal. The council saw it too, and whether they admitted it aloud or not, the balance had already shifted. I folded my wings slowly, deliberately, as though to show I did not need them spread to command space here. My glow dimmed to a pulse beneath my skin, a rhythm like a second heartbeat. Still, their eyes clung to me, wary, unwilling to look away. "Do you see now?" I said, letting my gaze sweep across them. "I'm not asking for your approval. I'm not begging for your permission. I stand as I am. You may curse me, exile me, spit at me until your throats bleed, but I will not vanish. I will not bend. I am not yours to break." The words tasted of ash and steel, and they left me trembling, but I did not let it show. Kwazul's hand brushed against mine, not holding, not leading, but steadying. equal. The council was silent again, though this silence was nothing like the first. It was not disbelief now, but something heavier. A silence born of recognition. They could no longer pretend I was fragile. They could no longer say that I was temporary. They could no longer demote me to being only human. The old one had been right. I was burning now, too brightly for them to ignore. And Quazzle was burning beside me. When he looked at me again, his grin was gone, but his eyes were alight. Not with the old carefulness, not with fear, with fire. "Then let it begin," he whispered. And in that moment, in the council's own chamber, with wings folded tight and fire pulsing beneath my skin, I knew it already had. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 38. Rakia. When Quazzle and I declared that feeding would no longer be forced, I could feel the ground shift beneath me. The chamber was silent, the air sharp with disbelief. For generations, Vrakans had survived by chaining and draining their prey. It was our way, our mark of power. But I would not call it survival. It had always been cruelty dressed as necessity. Now, with fire in my blood and wings at my back, I refused to let that cruelty continue. "Voluntary only," I said aloud, my voice steady though my heart thundered. Some hissed in outrage, others turned away in shame. But I stood firm. The first person I thought of was Emil. Her name was carved into me like a scar. She had been the one who warned me in the darkness of the cells, her voice brittle but unyielding. She told me not to lose myself to Quazzle, not to be consumed as she had been. She was proof of what the old system did to people, a living ghost, discarded and forgotten. I went to her first. Her body was frail, bones sharp against parchment skin, but when I entered her chamber, her eyes opened. She knew me instantly. "You!" she rasped. I knelt at her side and tried to summon warmth into my smile, even as tears stung the edges of my vision. "You're free now, Emiel." Her wrists were still bound by rusted chains. My hands trembled as I broke them, the sound of metal striking stone ringing louder than a war drum. She flinched, as if she didn't dare believe it was real. "No one will take from you again," I whispered. "No one will decide your worth. Not here. Not ever." Emiel's lips curved, weak but real. It wasn't quite hope, not yet, but it was something more than despair. And that was enough. Freeing Emiel was only the beginning. Quazzle and I set about dismantling more than cages, the customs that had bound our kind for centuries, ceremonies of humiliation, feasts fed on stolen lives, trials of dominance where the weak were torn down only to fuel the strong. We ended them, one decree at a time. The council did not approve. The elders whispered behind stone doors, their eyes sharp as daggers whenever I passed. To them, compassion was weakness. They muttered of revolt, of returning to the old ways, of casting Quazzle and me aside. But not everyone resisted. The younger Vrakans, the ones who had grown restless under the weight of their ancestors' cruelty, looked at us differently. Where the old saw weakness, the young saw possibility. Their voices joined ours, hesitant at first, then with conviction. They wanted something better than endless hunger and hollow victories. They wanted purpose. It was fragile, this new era, but it was taking shape. The test came sooner than I had expected. Kwazul was challenged in the training hall by Razeth, one of the oldest warriors among us. His body was a lattice of scars, his eyes burning with stubborn fire. He had lived too long under the old law to accept its undoing. "You've gone soft," he snarled at Kwazul, his voice echoing across the stone chamber. "Our people feared you once. Now you talk of consent, of mercy, of love." His gaze slid to me, dripping with contempt. "She has bewitched you." The duel began before I could speak. Razeth moved with the fury of ages, his strikes heavy, his roars filling the air. Kwazul met him with precision, his body flowing like dark water. Steel clashed, sparks flying with every blow. I stood at the edge, wings half spread, my breath caught in my throat. At first I believed Kwazul would win. But Razeth fought not just with skill, he fought with conviction, with every shred of his being tethered to the old ways. Blow after blow pushed Kwazul back, until, for a moment, he faltered. Something inside me snapped. "Enough!" I shouted, my voice cracking like thunder. The combatants froze, eyes snapping toward me. I stepped forward, wings unfurled, the fire in my veins blazing. Razeth's lip curled. "You would interfere?" "Yes," I said, "because this isn't about dominance anymore. It's about dignity." The silence stretched long. I could feel the weight of every gaze in the hall, the young watching, the elders holding their breath. Slowly, deliberately, I turned to Razeth and extended my hand. "No one asks you to kneel," I told him, "only to stand with us. Your strength doesn't have to fade with the old ways. It can guide the new." His eyes narrowed. I thought he would strike me down. But then, impossibly, he lowered his weapon. The hall gasped. It wasn't a victory of blood. It was a victory of choice. And it mattered more than any duel could. That night, the weight of the day pressed down on us. Kwazul and I sat together in his chambers, the fire casting gold and shadow across his face. He looked at me with a softness I had never seen before, unguarded, almost vulnerable. "I never thought," he admitted quietly, "that love would save us." I turned to him, my hand brushing his, my wings folding close. "It didn't." His brow furrowed. "We did," I said, "with every choice, with every fight, every time we stood against cruelty and said no more." For a long moment he only looked at me. Then slowly his lips curved in a smile, small, almost disbelieving. "Then maybe," he whispered, "we deserve to be saved." I never forgot Emil, her thin frame, her quiet warnings, the way her voice had carried through the darkness of my captivity. She was proof of everything we were fighting to change, proof of why we couldn't fail. I visited her often. She never grew strong again. Too much had been taken from her, but she lived her last days unchained. She would sit by the firelight, her voice soft, her eyes far away. "You've given me more than freedom," she told me once. "You've given me an ending that isn't hollow." I squeezed her hand, my heart tight. "No, Emil. You gave me the warning I needed. You helped me see what I could become if I wasn't careful." Her lips curved in the faintest of smiles. Then maybe I mattered after all. She did, more than she ever knew. And when she passed, it wasn't in chains. It wasn't forgotten. It was in peace, with her name spoken aloud. I swore, standing over her, that no one else would suffer as she had, not while my wings still carried me. Chapter 39. Rakia. A sharp gust of wind caught my wings, lifting me higher than I'd ever dared to go. The world below, a familiar patchwork of forest and field, was now a tapestry of greens and browns, a swirling blur of motion that I controlled with every beat of my wings. My new body, a fusion of my human self and the ancient power of the Vraken, felt as natural as a breath. The transformation had been a maelstrom of pain and rebirth, a shattering of my old life to make way for this new one. Now, soaring over the treetops I'd only ever walked beneath, I felt an exhilarating freedom I never knew was possible. My first flight as a Vraken was a testament to the strength I now commanded. The power coursing through my veins was a wild, untamable thing, a raw energy that I was only just beginning to understand. It felt like fire and lightning, a primal force that hummed beneath my skin. I could feel the air currents, a subtle language of pressure and movement that guided me through the sky. I wasn't just flying. I was a part of the wind, a dancer in the great, endless ballet of the heavens. The forest floor, once a place of secret nooks and shaded paths, was now an open book. I saw the familiar trails from a new perspective, the patterns of animal migrations and the hidden dens of creatures I'd only ever heard rustling in the undergrowth. My senses, too, had been heightened. The scent of pine and damp earth was a rich, complex perfume. The sound of a distant river, a soft murmur I used to strain to hear, was now a clear, resonant song. The world had come alive, its secrets laid bare for my new eyes. I flew for hours, a giddy, soaring journey of discovery. I spiraled upwards, pushing my body to its limits, feeling the burn in my muscles and the sharp exhilaration of the cold air rushing past. I plunged downwards, a controlled dive that made my heart pound with a thrill I'd never known. The world was my playground, the sky my canvas. No longer was I just a woman. I was a Vraken, a creature of myth and magic, and the universe had just opened up to me. Eventually, a sense of purpose settled in my heart, a quiet yearning to revisit a place that held both deep pain and a strange, burgeoning hope. I turned, a graceful arc in the air, and set my course for the ruins. The journey, which would have taken hours on foot, was over in a matter of minutes. As I descended, the familiar stone archways and crumbling walls came into view, the same ones I had once shown to Kwazul. But they were no longer the same. The moonlight, filtering through the dense canopy, didn't just illuminate the ancient stones. It seemed to awaken them. In my new Vraken sight, the ruins glowed with a faint, ethereal light, a ghostly echo of the magic that had once filled this place. I saw the intricate lines of ley energy woven into the stones, a network of power that had been invisible to my human eyes. The air hummed with residual energy, a soft, silent song that resonated with the power in my own body. I landed lightly in the clearing, my wings folding behind me with a soft rustle. The ground was still scarred from the chaos that had transpired here, a bitter memory of my desperation and the choice I'd been forced to make. But now, seeing the place with new eyes, I felt a different emotion. Not just pain, but a profound sense of closure. The ruins were no longer just a monument to my past. They were a testament to my rebirth. Reaching into a pouch I carried, I pulled out a handful of seeds and bulbs, a collection of wild, vibrant flowers I had gathered before my transformation. Kneeling on the cold earth, I began to dig, my Vraken claws making quick work of the hard-packed soil. I planted them with a gentle reverence, a strange and quiet ritual. I wasn't just planting flowers, I was burying the past, a final act of letting go. I was planting life in a place of death, a promise of new beginnings. The act was both a goodbye and a welcome. It was a farewell to the woman I had been, the one who had so desperately sought power in this very spot. It was a welcome to the woman I was now, a Vraken who had found her power not through a ritual, but through a radical act of love and sacrifice. The moon was high and bright above me, a silent witness to my solitary act of healing. I finished my work, patting the soil around the last bulb, and stood, the faintest hint of a smile on my lips. A sense of peace settled over me, a quiet resolution that was so different from the storm of emotions I had been battling for weeks. I took one last look at the glowing ruins, at the tiny, fragile promise of flowers nestled in the dark earth, and then launched myself into the air, the night sky my home. I returned to the small, familiar cottage I shared with Kwazul. The journey was swift, a seamless flight through the star-dusted night. I landed softly on the porch, my wings retracting into a familiar cloak of dark feathers that now rested on my shoulders. As I stepped inside, I found Kwazul waiting for me. He was sitting by the hearth, the low firelight playing across his face, illuminating the worry lines etched around his eyes. He stood as I entered, his gaze sweeping over me, a mixture of awe and relief in his eyes. "You're flying," he said, lower than expected, almost in awe. It wasn't a question. I simply nodded, a tired but contented smile gracing my lips. He moved toward me, his hand reaching out to trace the dark feathers on my shoulders. "The council knows," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "They know what you are." A cold knot of fear tightened in my stomach. "I don't want anything to do with them," I said, my voice sharp. "They are the reason this happened." He shook his head, a weary sigh escaping his lips. "They're not seeking to harm you, Rakia. The old order is crumbling. People are afraid. They need something new." He paused, his gaze meeting mine, a serious look in his eyes. "They've created a new seat on the council. It's a position for a Vrakan, a mediator between our world and the spirit world. A voice for those who cannot speak for themselves." My heart hammered against my ribs. I took a step back, the words a heavy weight in the air between us. "Kwazul, I don't understand. What are you saying?" He took my hands in his grip firm and reassuring. "They're offering you the seat, Rakia. It's yours." A burst of bewildered laughter escaped me. It was a sharp, disbelieving sound that echoed in the quiet room. "Me? A council seat? Kwazul, you're mad. I'm not a queen." He didn't smile. The intensity in his gaze only deepened. "No," he said, his voice low and firm. "You're not a queen. Queens rule. You're worse." The laughter died on my lips. A shiver ran down my spine, a strange mix of fear and recognition. "What do you mean, worse?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He leaned in, his words a conspiratorial whisper. "You're a storm, Rakia. You don't rule. You shatter the old world to make way for the new. You don't ask for power. You simply are power." His words resonated deep within me, a truth I had been struggling to comprehend. I wasn't a ruler, a politician, or a queen. I was a force of nature, a creature of raw, untamed power. I was a Vrakan, and the old world was afraid of me. But Kwazul wasn't. He saw the fire in me, the storm I carried within, and he wasn't trying to contain it. He was giving me a path, a way to channel my power for something good. Moved by his unwavering faith in me, I raised my hands to his face, my touch gentle. My fingertips, under the moonlight that spilled through the window, glowed with a faint, warm light, a barely contained ember of the fire I carried within. The light reflected in his eyes, a tiny glowing star in the darkness. I leaned in, my lips finding his in the soft, silent night. The kiss was a promise, a silent agreement. I was a storm, and he was my calm. Together, we would weather whatever came our way. The glowing ember at my fingertips flickered and dimmed, but the fire in my heart burned brighter than ever before. I was Rakia, and my journey was just beginning.
Chapter 40. Kwazul. I stood overlooking the old city, the wind whipping through my cloak and rustling the withered leaves at my feet. The setting sun cast long, dramatic shadows across the crumbling stone of the city walls, painting the ruins in gold and blood orange. In the clearing below, a small group of young Vraken, their wings a spectrum of colors, gathered around Rakia. Her voice, clear and resonant, carried on the evening breeze, a melody of purpose and hope. She was no longer just the young woman I had met in the woods, shivering and terrified in a cell. She was a leader, a mentor, a living bridge between a forgotten past and a future I had once believed impossible. I watched as she gestured with her hands, the faintest glow of her inner fire illuminating the air around her. The young Vraken, their faces a mix of awe and earnest concentration, hung on her every word. They were a new generation, born into a world of secrecy and fear, where being what they truly were meant exile or worse. But Rakia was showing them another path. Wings could carry them through the sky, yes, but their hearts could carry them beyond the prejudice, the cruelty, the heavy weight of tradition. She was teaching them to claim it all, their bodies, their magic, and the promise of a future they had been denied. My mind drifted, as it always did, into the depths of centuries past. Memories spiraled in a maelstrom, images sharp and blurry at once. I remembered the long stretches of my existence before her, the monochrome monotony of endless days in the shadows, the weight of immortality pressing down like stone. I had moved through centuries like a ghost, a watcher of the world, a guardian of a power I had grown too weary to use. Battles, blood, cities rising and falling. I had seen all of it, and in the end I had chosen retreat. I had been alone for so long. I had watched as those I cared for turned to dust, as empires crumbled, as love and friendship vanished beneath the inexorable tide of time. I thought my purpose was simply to endure, a living monument to what had been, an eternal witness to a world that had no place for me. But now there was Rakia. She shifted her weight, the sun catching her wings, iridescent and deep, casting an almost holy glow. The young Vraken fell silent, eyes wide as she lifted a hand, demonstrating a movement, a flight pattern, a connection to the air itself. She wasn't merely instructing them. She was inspiring them to claim the very essence of themselves. And I realized with a shock that this, her presence, her fire, her voice, had stirred something in me I hadn't felt in centuries. Hope, purpose, the quiet certainty that perhaps, just perhaps, I had a reason to continue beyond mere survival. A rustle of wings drew my attention. Rakia had noticed me at the edge of the clearing. She landed lightly, wings folding around her like a cloak of shadow and fire. She approached, her gaze finding mine with that same fierce intensity that had unsettled and captivated me from the beginning. I noticed the subtle changes, the smooth, scaled texture of her skin, the weight and power in her limbs, the energy that radiated from her like sunlight from stone. She was no longer just human. She had become something more, something the world would have to reckon with. Her hand reached for mine, and I felt that spark again, the hum of her energy threading through mine. Time seemed to slow. For a heartbeat, the centuries of loneliness and despair fell away. Her touch was a tether, a promise, and a reminder that I was not alone. Not anymore. "Do you regret it?" she asked softly, the edge of steel beneath her tone betraying the weight of the question. I knew immediately what she meant. She wasn't asking if I regretted the transformation, or the power she now carried. She was asking if I regretted drawing her into my world, with its shadows and dangers, its weight and responsibilities. I regretted pulling her into a life that had been mine to endure alone for centuries. I looked at her, at the woman who had rekindled my purpose, and I knew there was only one answer. "Only that I didn't find you sooner," I said, voice low and steady, a rumble from the depths of my being. Every moment before her had been a prelude, a waiting room before the storm. She was the fire that had given my centuries meaning again. She squeezed my hand in understanding, a faint, contented smile brushing her lips. The young Fraken had begun to disperse, their chatter fading into the distance, but we remained, anchored in the silence and the quiet hum of residual magic that lingered in the clearing. I gazed across the city at the network of crumbling walls, hidden tunnels, and secret paths. I thought of Emil, frail and hollowed by years of misuse and neglect, a shadow of what could have been if compassion had been absent. Rakia had freed her with a warm smile, a gesture of dignity and care that no amount of cruelty could erase. She had begun reshaping the world, dissolving customs rooted in pain, turning fear into empowerment, and slowly, inexorably, building a new order. Rakia's eyes met mine again, and I understood the unspoken question she carried. Could I walk forward with her, not as a sentinel of the past, but as an architect of the future? Could I claim the present with her at my side rather than retreat into shadows? I nodded, and in that simple gesture we sealed our pact. Together, not as master and pupil, not as immortal and mortal, but as equals, as two forces converging to reshape what had been. "Let's show them what can change," she said, her voice firm, ringing with authority and promise. I inclined my head, feeling centuries of caution lift like a veil. The wind carried her words across the city, echoing against stone and sky. The old city, with its silent ruins and hidden past, was no longer a place to hide. It was the stage on which we would write the next chapter, one of light, of choice, of dignity. Side by side, we stepped toward the entrance, wings folded but ready, hearts aligned. We were not fleeing the world nor clinging to old grudges. We were walking into it, claiming it, shaping it. The monsters, the saints, the lost, and the forgotten, they would all find a place in the story we were creating. The sky above was endless, a canvas for our vision. And as we moved forward together, I realized that for the first time in countless years, I felt the future in my hands, not as a burden, but as a promise. We were storm and calm, fire and shadow, past and future entwined. And we would endure. We would thrive. This was not the end. It was the beginning of every...